Welcome.
Welcome, everyone.
Alan, I have been shopping on Finn again, where I buy Petroganda merch. This is original merch from the Lillehammer 1994 Olympics, where Statoil was the main sponsor. There's a Statoil logo on it, and I bought it for 1,000 kroner on YouTube. No, on Finn, and I thought it was going to be big, but it's very small.
Yeah, but we like small merch. It's a thing.
We would like to wish you all welcome to the second edition of the Petrogandafestivalen. Woo! I'm Julie from Klimakultur.
My name is Alan, and I'm also from Klimakultur.
This event is being streamed live on YouTube, on Klimakultur's YouTube channel. So if you want to tip people off that they can watch it, please do. We have also a couple of camera crews here. So please be in mind that you can be filmed. And if not, yeah. I don't know.
We can't help you.
Erlen, why are we doing this again?
We're doing this to put a focus on like all the influence that affect us that is coming from the fossil fuel industry. And it's so present and it's so
Come out in the
enormous in Norway. And we really feel like it's something that needs more attention. So we've been doing this for a couple of years now, and it's still a lot of fun.
And you have seen the program, and you know that we have a lot of exciting people here, also in the room now. And we also have the queen of Petroganda, which is Amy Westerwelt. Oh, you even dressed like a queen, Amy. She's the one who coined the term Petroganda, and she's going to do the opening keynote soon about Petroganda, freshly inspired from attending the ONS yesterday. So you can see Amy in today's newspaper, Stavanger Aftenblad, eating free cakes from the Equinor stand. Yes.
How do you feel, Julia, about the day?
I'm overstimulated already and excited, and I want people to have fun, enjoy. We have a little Petroganda exhibition over there. We have some merch. You can buy some posters. You can get a lot of stickers for free. And just talk to each other and enjoy.
Yeah, connect and have fun.
Yes. We have free coffee, free bakery goods, and we will also have lunch here. And let's kick it off.
Yes.
I would like to start by inviting an important person for us in Stavanger, because there's not that many researchers doing critical oil studies here. I would like to welcome Anders Rie Møller, Associate Professor at the University of Stavanger. And you can take the microphone there.
That's right.
How are you feeling, Anders?
I'm feeling good, thank you. It's a nice day. It annoys me that ONS always has nice weather.
So Anders was kind enough to set up a debate at the university yesterday about the university after oil, with two of the participants from here, Freddie Daly and Swetana Ryan, and the Dean of the Faculty of Science. How did this debate go? What did you talk about?
I think it went well. It's the university. I arrived at the university 7 years ago, so it's still in the aftermath of the last oil price crisis, and I think there was a lot of focus on like diversification and getting out of oil. But I think now they are back. So even though they do talk a lot about after oil, if you look at how they spend their money, what educational programs they're promoting, it's still very much an oil university.
So what did the dean say yesterday?
He said interdisciplinarity, collaboration, blah blah blah. Yeah. We have to see what he does. He's a nice guy, so I don't think necessarily he's not opposed to diversification. I think, and maybe that's also what my research is sort of discussing, is it's very, very difficult. It's not so difficult for people in Stavanger to imagine a life after oil. What is really, really difficult is that they will try to imagine a future where they don't have the privileges, the wealth, and the status that oil gives them. And I think that's where we have to sort of look to. It's like, it's not the oil itself that people are so invested in, but all the things that it gives a city like Stavanger, which is like the capital
where
of
people are actually
overconsumption.
working in oil and with oil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If so, that's really the big problem here.
So you told me that at ONS 2 years ago, the activists put on a demonstration, a walk, and you joined.
Yeah.
How was it? Did you meet many colleagues in that?
We were 4 in total, out of 2,200 employees. So that was a relatively small amount of people.
So how is your research on petrocultures, etc., being met by your colleagues and at the university? Do you face any opposition, or is it?
No, first of all, I have to say that we are actually quite a lot of people at the university working on, like, critically on oil. But I think I'm maybe one of those who are speaking out the most in public. A lot of my colleagues, they don't feel comfortable doing it, maybe. I also think it's because I'm not a local. I don't have any family ties. I don't have any relatives that are working in oil. I don't really have a lot of things, how do you say, to lose by it. So I think that also gives me like an opportunity to be more vocal about it. But what was your question again? I forgot.
Do you meet any opposition? Do they listen to your research?
I don't read any opposition. I think I'm being ignored, basically. And I think that is a pretty strong strategy in Stavanger, is to just ignore critical voices. I talked to some of my allies here about, like, in public media and public discourse, it's almost like they will talk a little bit critically about it, like on the ONS. But if you look at, like, the general coverage, there's, like, the only way you can get something into the media here is, like, if you do, like, a spectacular event, like.
Jonas, are you here? What?
Yeah.
You did a spectacular event yesterday. Yes, it's
so
in the papers.
That's the kind of thing you have to do. But otherwise, like, the newspaper is sort of, how do you say, normalizing the kind of lifestyle that the oil affords, right? Like, if you look at the local newspaper, it's all about local billionaires. What did they invest in now? What was the most expensive house being sold last week? Like, these kind of things that sort of perpetuate this sort of oil culture, petroculture, if you can say that.
So a question for you, because you both research the subject, but you also work with people engaged in the climate movement. Why do you do that? Or how do you do it? Why and how?
Well, you have to ask them how, but why? I think it's important. I think it's important to work with people here who are invested in sort of challenging the oil industry, right? And it's also a matter of, like, as researchers, we're very privileged. We have positions of power, and we have to be very conscious about who are we working with, who are we supporting. Like, it could be easy to just go and ask Equinor for funding, but then I wouldn't be doing the things that I think is necessary. So I think you have to make deliberate choices about, who are you working with, and to what extent can you change things from the inside, and to what extent do you have to be outside. And I've chosen the outside position. I'm used to being unpopular, so it's not so hard to be on that side. So yeah.
How does it feel to be super popular in this room?
That's weird.
So for anyone interested in the research and science part of Stavanger and the university, I'm sure Anders can help you. So please contact him if you need more information on that, and check out his research. You're doing some amazing stuff and are connected with a lot of interesting people all over the place.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anders, for coming here. This next part is exciting. Klimakultur is based in Vang in Valdres, up in the mountains. And a few years ago, I started listening to a podcast called Drilled, where a journalist called Amy Westerveld, every day when I drove to work, told me about how the fossil fuel industry is changing our minds with advertising, with sponsorships, how they're influencing us. And sometimes I screamed in the car, "Motherfucker," and had to drive in. Because I was like, how naive have I been? I learned so much. And I think, obviously, I don't know if you agree, Alan, but those podcasts were the reason Klimakultur is even here today, is doing the work we are doing. And after listening to Amy and Drilled, we started looking into all the subjects Amy has been investigating for years, and to see what is happening in Norway with sponsorships, with advertising, with communication, with PR. And that was also like, motherfucker, it's even worse here. And with the fossil fuel industry now taking charge of all the STEM education, science, technology, engineering, and math, sponsoring children's education from the age of 5. Yeah, so that's also where we stole the name Petroganda from. And I'm very excited to invite the keynote speaker for Petrogandafestivalen 2026, Amy Westerveld, to the stage. Take it away, Amy.
Okay, I will.
And I forgot to push the mic. Let's see.
Uh-oh. Hi, everybody. I'm usually speaking into a microphone in a dark room by myself, so this is terrifying. Oh, no, you can see my notes. Okay. Beyond climate denial. I'm just kidding. Oh, I've got a clicker. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So I'm Amy. I do a podcast called Drilled. I've been a climate reporter for a long time, and I actually started Drilled because I wanted to learn more about the origins of climate denial, and then I left that initial project feeling like there was a lot more to look into. I think, how do I play the media? I think there's audio on this one, but I'm not sure. Do I just click it? Oh.
When I first started doing this, and I would talk about climate change, it was like another subject, like geology, hydrology, meteorology, and it was well received. And then at some point it got politicized.
Exxon as a company was putting ads in the newspaper that were contrary to the research that they were paying us to be doing.
Well, some of the predictions, like sea level rise, go all the way back to the 1950s. Other predictions developed later, maybe in the 70s and 80s. And what we're seeing now is that all of these predictions are coming true.
So this is an experiment in shifting public opinion away from urgency, because they know by 1991 we're on the verge of a call to arms. There is legislation being proposed, there's hearings in Congress, there's going to be an international meeting about this, an international body has been formed to study it. The world is waking up.
A lot of people today think of Russian bot armies and information wars and the well-oiled political propaganda machine operating in the US as a modern invention, brought about by data mining and social media. In fact, those are just new tools in an established trade. And that trade was perfected in the 1980s and 1990s on one long-running, well-orchestrated campaign that spanned industries. It manipulated not only the media, but also various institutions and the general public. It turned America's individualism on itself and twisted it. It planted the right people at the right parties to make sure progress could be stopped. I'm talking about patient zero in the US propaganda war, the creation of climate denial. This is a story that's been told a few different times in a few different ways, but always with some key pieces missing. And let's just say, we've found the pieces. I'm Amy Westerveld, and this is Drilled.
Okay, so we did find some really key information about the creation of climate denial, but it also left me wondering, how could such a dumb strategy work? Because it's not brilliant at all. It's like what my toddler used to say. No, that's not true. So I thought, like, what was going on before, and what was going on outside of the U.S. as well? How did this work so well? And I came upon the early PR guys and the corporate propaganda that they were producing for oil companies in, the late 1800s, early 1900s, and just like how involved the fossil fuel industry was in the creation of corporate PR. It was really an early adopter of this strategy. This guy was Standard Oil's PR guy at that time, and this is an actual video of him, one of very few, talking about his craft.
Both client and consumer profited greatly and learned much. Mr. Rockefeller listened to me patiently, pleasantly, and calmly until I'd finished my eloquent presentation of why he should do what we recommended. And then he turned to me and with a bland smile said, "Mr. Lee, now tell me all the reasons you can think of why I should not do what you recommend."
He seems like a very nice gentleman, but he invented lots of the tools that companies use today to, spin what they're doing. He invented the press release. He invented the press conference. These are all things that seem very normal now, but at the time were so unusual that newspapers would print press releases in full because it was like so weird for them to get any kind of comment from companies on things. This is one of my favorite quotes from him. He was way ahead on the alternative facts trend. And he really encouraged companies to, instead of hiding from the media and the public and criticism, to get out in front of it and tell their own story and try to control the narrative. So you really start to see this taking off during the years that he was working. By about 1920, oil companies were spending on average at least $1 million a year on PR, which was a lot at that time. That's equivalent to 50 or 60 million today. Okay, so as I learned more and more about this, I was like, okay, it's way beyond just PR and media. They're shaping the building blocks of information before they spin it as well. And I started to kind of map out all the ways in which they're controlling how we understand this issue and how we're kind of allowed to think about the solutions to it. It's like a very effective narrowing of the imagination. And I came up with this term for it, Petroganda, because I feel like the fossil fuel industry has a very unique approach and does it probably better and more broadly than anyone else. So we've got trade associations, think tanks, universities, law firms, PR and advertising, and management consultancies, and they're all kind of connected and feeding into each other all the time. A lot of times that makes its way into what we've kind of pinpointed as the 5 key stories that the industry tells about itself, which it switches in between depending on what else is going on in the world. So like greenwashing was a thing for a while. They were really heavy on number 4 and 5 here. Now they're going really hard on number 1, energy security. I mean, I think I heard energy security like 50 times in one walk through ONS yesterday. Okay, so we're gonna look at Petroganda in action. And I actually found a bunch of new examples just in the last 24 hours to localize it for you. Okay, so energy security. This is like the original narrative. It's, we keep you safe, from fossil fueled wars to protecting, country's national security and also like your place in the world, your geopolitical position, all of this stuff. It's just constantly being repeated all the time. And Equinor is like, that's their main thing at ONS this year is energy security, and not just for Norway, but providing energy security for all of Europe. A big responsibility that Norway is taking on. Poor Norway. But the reality is, of course, that energy security is much improved by not being dependent on a globally traded commodity that is very volatile and subject to massive price changes and military action. But this is, so like here, this is the meetings of the first meeting of the American Petroleum Institute in 1919. They're talking about it then. This is like a comic book that came out in between World War I and World War II, talking about how fossil fuels are like powering wars, and not in a bad way. And then, you know, here today, this is just from yesterday, Politico, helpfully, as they do, giving the industry a hand. So the media gets involved in this as well. Like, Politico is a sponsor of ONS. They put out many oil company sponsored podcasts and newsletters. Their energy coverage in general is mostly funded by the industry itself, which, you know, can cause problems. Okay, the economy versus the environment. This is another really big one in Norway, I think, in particular, because of the connection between oil and the national economy and the wealth fund. So it's all very tied up. At the same time that Phillips Petroleum was giving its Christmas gift to Norway, the very same year it was putting out this series in the US explaining the economy to everyone. It was hosted by Captain Kirk, William Shatner. And it didn't say much about oil. It wasn't like, behold oil. It was just like, here's how the economy works. And this is like how this stuff operates, and how I think why it's so effective is that it was just a basic like high school economy lesson. It didn't seem like anything more than that, but it very subtly reinforced the idea of natural resources as an economic resource, and of these trade-offs that we must always be choosing between the environment and the economy, as though the economy has no dependency on environmental resources, and that you can never, ever, ever choose the environment over the economy unless you're, you know, a hippie communist who teaches at community college, which is a character in this series. Oil companies, this is a really bad screenshot, but oil companies were also amongst the first funders of nature documentaries. And I find this so interesting because part of their thinking on that was not just, look, see, we're good for nature. Like, it's of course that and the general PR stuff, but it's also positioning nature as two different things. In one case, a resource to benefit the economy, in the other, a pristine, beautiful place to preserve. So like some places we should treat that way, but other places we have to remember are like a good resource for the economy. So this was a Chevron nature doc about birds. Yesterday, as we were walking through the exhibit, there were a lot of this kind of messaging, like about tough choices and difficult decisions and having the courage and the guts to make them. At the Petoro booth, they had a very interactive display of like what these choices were, and it was consistently this, like, environment or economy, and you know, it is tough, but we had to make sure that the economy was strong. Yeah. That was an interesting booth. Okay, we make your life work. This one is like everywhere all the time. It's like, it's the, oh, you're talking about climate change, but you flew on a plane to get here, didn't you? What about your iPhone? Are you using an iPhone right now? Did you use an iPhone to take that picture? What would you do without our product? How dare you talk about this? We keep the lights on. You might not like us, you know, but we are the grubby titan holding up your life, and therefore you can never get rid of us. This is an ad that a U.S. company put out, but I feel like versions of it have been made over and over and over again for the last 50 years.
Well, what if we lived in a world without oil and natural gas? Life would be very different, because oil and gas are part of just about everything you touch. From the stuff you wear, to the stuff in your hair, and so much more. Our world would be unrecognizable if the products we rely on just disappeared. Better luck next time.
Wow. Everyone would be ugly and dates would be terrible. But that just like it's so common in so many things that we see. And the reality is, of course, oil, gas, and coal are not the only energy sources we have. Also, like half the things they showed in that we don't actually need. And that whatever need we currently have was created by the industry to sell more of its product. But it's very effective. You know, it shuts people down all the time. I remember I gave a talk at a convening for all of these outdoor winter sports athletes who were like spokespeople on climate. And the number one thing they wanted to talk about was how to deal with it when people come back at them with like, well, you should stop traveling to snowboard then, or well, you should not be, riding a snowboard, blah, blah, blah. Which is not to say, by the way, that individual action doesn't matter, because I feel like that often gets thrown up as sort of a red herring, this like individual action versus systemic action, corporate responsibility versus individual responsibility. Like, of course, we should all live according to our beliefs and like do what we can and all of those things. But the reality is that like the choices we're able to make in a society are generally governed by like 4 people. and that these companies have a lot more to do with setting up what options are available than any one of us has. So like, I would gladly travel by steamer ship or whatever, electric sailboat. But it's not an option, or if you live in a place where there's no public transit, yes, you can bike everywhere and do what you can, but like there are limits to what you can do as an individual if there's zero appetite for making systemic change. Powering progress together. Us and Shell, guys. Okay, we're part of the solution. This I have seen everywhere in Norway. It's like, no. Okay, like we have this little oil problem over here, but also we're solving it with carbon capture and windmills, so it's fine. They're wind, oil, gas, carbon capture, and new jobs. We're the low carbon energy just over the horizon. They want to remind the UK that, yes, we are the gas people, but we're also the wind people. So just so we're clear on the science here, those two things don't cancel each other out. Yeah. But it's really effective, to say like, okay, yes, but we are transitioning and we're part of it. And you guys need us because we have all the engineering experience and we have all this money and all of those things, which are true things. However, the industry is not, in fact, leading the charge to solving climate change. It is very much pushing for things that keep it in business for a little while longer. Another thing that I've heard a lot just in the last 24 hours is, but everyone agrees that we're going to need oil, gas, and coal for the next 10 to 20 years. So what's the problem with Norway producing it? Because we're going to do it more responsibly than everybody else. And my answer to that is, if Equinor were only interested in maintaining its current production levels, that might be a solid story. But it's not. It's expanding. So, all of the oil companies say this, but they're all developing new fields, increasing production in their existing fields, building new pipelines. New pipelines lock in fossil fuels. Like the new infrastructure piece in particular, that locks in dependency for much longer than the horizon that they're claiming they're aiming for. And none of them are like, here's our path for transition. It's all like, we're gonna get there after this 10 or 20 year timeline. The world's greatest neighbor. This is like all the social license stuff. So they're sponsoring your kid's school and football team and music festival and the art museum and the aquarium and your favorite bike race and all of these things, making a cool game for kids to play about energy. This is hard to read. It's a pretty badly designed ad, but it's by ExxonMobil, and it says, so sorry, I can't read it. Our jobs lead to other jobs. Okay, our jobs lead to other jobs. They're trying to claim that like by having a catering truck that supplies some of the workers that work on their projects, that's creating jobs. Like anything that like their workforce touches that requires additional workforce, they claim as jobs numbers, even though like almost none of them are only servicing the oil and gas industry or that company or that project. And also like they treat their workers terribly. There was a time where oil and gas was a really good, steady, high-paid job. But the industry has been leaning into automation for the last 10 years. They used COVID as a really good excuse to lay a bunch of people off that they were already going to lay off because they had automated their jobs. So the idea that like they're this amazing employer and all they're trying to do is provide jobs to the economy is just not true. I think I have a video in here. Let's see. Here we go.
Everyone has a story I can learn from. To be fearless like her. To have the confidence to achieve my dreams. To know I am strong enough to do anything. To feel empowered and inspired to drive on. Drive on is a journey. Help me get there.
Nearly 100,000 girls are participating in LPGA USGA Girls Golf. It's about so much more than golf.
Yeah. Oh, you don't like oil and gas? I guess you hate women then. Guys, they're just trying to help women in STEM and golf. Okay, so the like unique added layer to this in Norway is the Wealth Fund, which is oil funded, and puts out these reports every year about how it's doing and also like what's happening with this other investments. And people forget, I think, outside of Norway in particular, that this fund is invested in every oil major, like heavily. So in addition to the oil and gas that Norway produces, it's also funding production in all of these other places with all of these other companies. I just was struck by this line in the 2022 report where they're claiming like that everything's fine in Nigeria, like Shell cleaned it up, guys, it's all good, don't worry. And, that's not true, by the way. Talked to a Nigerian today. Yeah. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, they describe it as an environmental genocide and are still dealing with multiple. This is the Nigerian government's oil spill agency. There's, as you can see, thousands of oil spills still happening today in areas that Shell is operating. Yeah. So today, breaking news. Klimakultur just released a briefing where they've taken the data underpinning an attribution study that connects the carbon majors, fossil fuel products, to increased heat waves and extrapolated that for Equinor and found that Equinor alone is like their products alone in 2025, just Equinor's products, responsible for 34,000, that should say 258,000 additional human deaths. So this is like deaths that wouldn't occur without the addition of those products. Since 2018, between 260,000 to 450,000, that's staggering. And this is people who are dying as a result of, extreme weather events, health impacts, heat waves, all of those things caused by fossil fuels, where, they've either been made more intense or they wouldn't have happened at all without the addition of these products, which is pretty staggering. Okay, that's it. And done.
Thank you, Amy. Can I just ask you a question before you leave the stage? And Amy will be here today, so if anyone has any questions, please don't harass her or being too stalkerish and fanish. I know Mariken, who is filming there, would like to do a short interview with you later. So I forgot to ask you, but now I'm asking you, and now you can say no.
Sure.
We were so lucky to have drilled to publish a podcast series made by Dick and Bonwick Stone, who is sitting there.
Yes.
Co-produced by Klimakultur. We didn't do anything. And it's called The Black Thread, and it's about Norwegian oil culture.
It's so good.
Do you think people were surprised? Have you gotten any feedback on it?
People were. I did. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people were like, I had no idea that Norway was like involved in all of this. And actually, I had a couple of Norwegian people be like, "Why are you picking on Norway?" And I was like, "Well, you know, I pick on everyone." Yeah.
A last question here. What is the role of journalism in this time of age?
Oh my gosh. Well, courage, Julie. No, but it's true. Actually, I'm really shocked at how many media outlets, not necessarily individual journalists, but media outlets are like caving so quickly to this idea that now's not the time to talk about climate, that, you know, these other things are more, what about, you know, Iran, and what about Gaza, and what about this and that? And I'm like, those are all connected to the oil and gas industry as well, and to the system that has allowed us to end up in this place where we have a known problem that, you know, a small group of very powerful people have decided we're just not going to deal with. So yeah, the rule is like to tell the truth, speak truth to power, not be a giant pussy.
We do have time for one question if anyone in the audience is burning in with something. Yes, Mari, that was a shock, Marianne. Please come up here and get a microphone. I don't mean that was a shock in a negative way. I'm just very happy that you're contributing. Yeah.
Sorry.
Never forget the Lillehammer Olympics, where the Olympic fire was with gas from Statoil, of course.
Sitting down. I don't know
I
why.
sat down, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I guess the burning question, I'm a fan of the podcast for many years. Are they winning? And because it feels like that for a lot of us, I think.
Yeah.
And how might they not be winning? How might there be other narratives that are, because your podcast is, of course, mostly focused on their narratives, and showing how they have won and how they're winning.
Yeah.
So that would be my question.
Yeah. That's a good question. I think, I feel two ways about it. And like in one half of my brain, yes, they're winning. We're going in the wrong direction fast. So like in terms of have they been able to block effective climate action? Yes. I think we all know that. But I also think that everything they're doing now indicates a level of panic that I haven't seen in a lot of like the historical records. So I do feel like there are things that are pointing to the potential for change in the future. And I also feel like, I don't know, I feel like it's like, well, whether you're winning or not, you keep fighting for what you believe is right? So like, it's a bummer. Like it sucks to fight when you're losing. It's not fun, but that doesn't mean you just are like, can't do anything. Like we have to keep going, because also we don't know what that tipping point might be. Like we have climate models that tell us what the tipping points of emissions will be, but we don't know what the social tipping points will be necessarily. Even, people will say like, we'll point to various studies, or like, if we get 1 million people out in the streets, like that'll do it. We don't know that actually. Like people misunderstand that study. But also like, we're just not sure. We're not sure. It might be one person who listens to a really cool podcast in the mountains who like tips the scales. You just don't know. So I think, yeah, that's That's my maybe non-answer. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we should have hired Tommy to do a professional production of this festival. No, is it okay? Okay, don't, yeah. So Marian, who asked the question here, has written a wonderful text about the Norwegian TV show Lykkeland, and about Lykkeland being the new, about the oil and religion, oil being the new religion. And that text is in this report called What is Norwegian Energy Culture? There's also a lot about Amy's stuff, and a lot of people here has written parts of it. It's online as well, and there's some there you can just take for free. Yeah. And it's in an English Google translated version as well, online. So we highly recommend it. How are you feeling, Alan?
Good.
Do you feel courageous?
Yeah, I think, or I'm not sure. Like, there is a lot of courage among everyone here. Amy is talking about this in a really low-key way, but it takes a lot of courage to do what she has done. We are bringing up a few people that shows a lot of courage every day, courage to act. So on the note of that.
Yeah, I'd just like to say the last slide Amy showed with the yearly production numbers from Equinor, leading to an excess deaths of between 34 to 58,000 people a year. This article is by Ketan Joshi, the energy analyst who's coming tomorrow, and it's available on our website now. And Amy and Drilled has published a piece about it as well, so check it out. It's serious stuff, and we'll dive into the health issue a bit later today as well. So let's talk about courage.
Good. Yes, we have a few people here that I want to bring up on stage and then show you down when you answer some questions and make a switch to the next one.
You invite them up and you throw them back down again.
Yeah. So we will start with you, Daniel. Daniel Solin, you're a geologist.
I am a geologist, yes.
Yeah, you have been working. You've been working in Equinor for many years.
23
years, and you're also part of a movement right now called Life After Oil that we will get back to in a minute. And the first time I heard about you was through Norwegian media, because you were participating in protests at Tirsdag some years ago that got a lot of media coverage.
Yeah, that was during ONS last time.
Yes.
2 years ago.
So, just briefly, what was your job in Equinor, and how did you evolve, and what is your situation right now?
How many minutes do you want me to talk about that?
Try to make it short so that we get into other topics.
Okay. Well, I worked with what is called geological modeling, because all the oil companies, they want predictions of how much oil you get out of the ground, oil or gas. So as a geologist, you then you build huge computer models. They can have something like millions, even really big ones can have billions of cells that you then populate to the best of your ability with the data you have available. Of course, most or all oil fields are below the surface, so there's lots of things you don't know. So it's a really great job, lots of fun, because you combine geology with maths and statistics. I'm a nerd, I love all that type of thing. And then afterwards, you do modeling of the flow of the oil, because that's what it's all about, getting the oil out of the ground, of course. And that, again, is a really computer-intensive process, which, again, if you look at it in isolation, it can be really it's extremely, what's the word? Intellectually stimulating, really. But of course, no job is only about stimulating yourself, and that's where it started.
So that's where your climate engagement started, and
yes, it all started with cognitive bias, actually, because again, there is so much you don't know in the subsurface, and most people don't understand what they're doing. They're making the wrong choices because of the cognitive biases you have. So I just wanted to get better at my job, and started reading about that first. And then I started wondering, so what type of biases do I have myself then? And this was, I don't really even know where it started, but I then, at roughly the same time, stumbled across a couple of books that completely transformed me. So that combination, reading about that, and I read the climate science, and that was quite difficult. And then we can talk a little bit about what has been talked about already. Because inside of an oil company, it's of course there is a lot of propaganda going on, but it's just in the structure of everything. So for many years I didn't really talk much about it, and felt really I could love my job and then go home and feel terrible.
Yeah.
And that just grew and grew, and you don't really talk about it over lunch. I'm sure there's lots of people like me, but you just don't talk about it. But to me, it just became too much.
And you took some quite radical choices there when you acted and took part of that protest, and that. What did it lead to?
Well,
in your case,
in my case, well, first of all, it led to lots of publicity, because I don't think anybody's done that, at least in Norway. But yeah, ultimately, it led to that I left the oil industry, which I can't talk too much about. But I'm really happy I did it. But for a long time, I thought I would be the voice on the inside. But that just became too much. And now I'm actually a teacher. I've just started a job at a local secondary school here, Kanik, if you are from Stavanger. What else can I say? I'm a completely different person now.
Just very briefly before we move on, you're part of a movement called Life After Oil, and I've been reading the stories. Just tell us a bit about what it is. What do you want to achieve with Life After Oil? It's a platform, or it's a web page where former people in the fossil fuel industry and others are telling their story, right? So yes. What is the reason behind it?
It's a community. It's a community for oil workers and ex-oil workers. And what are we there for? We are there for because, as I said, nobody really talks about these things if you work for an oil company. So we want to be there for people because we know how lonely it is to be in that position. Because, I mean, you don't underestimate people in the oil industry. There are so many really clever people, but they don't have any place to vent. They don't have any place to really talk about things. So we want to be there for that. That's the primary purpose. But you have to remember that it is very, these days, it's very focused on the UK for maybe obvious reasons. Because in the UK, the oil industry is going down. It's happening, therefore it is much easier, I would say, in the UK than it is here in Norway. But we are now 6 Norwegians, we're not all born Norwegians, but we all live in Norway. And we want to try to achieve something similar here, because they have a lot of traction in the UK now. They get lots of publicity. But as I said, it's early, well, both early days, and what we find is that, okay, we are 6, but we don't grow at the moment, but we'll see. We're pushing hard for getting publicity, so we'll see.
Thank you, Daniel. I think Life After All is brilliant and very insightful and interesting to read. So, cheers for you.
Thank you.
So, our next person in line is Frøya Skjold Sjusæter. Please come up. You are, if I'm not wrong, the youngest that has ever been elected to the Norwegian Parliament, and you're like the biggest pop star of the Green Party in Norway, right? I think you are showing a lot of courage every day. You're young and you're taking on the oil industry every day in like more or less everything you do. And last week you fronted huge news coverage on national fossil fuel ad ban. And you were bringing on some new arguments, as I can tell, in the Norwegian debate on the health issues. Like it was really good. So I'm just very curious, before we dive into other things, what has the reactions been to like launching this national fossil fuel ad ban case?
First and foremost, thank you for being able to be here. I'm not usually speaking about politics in English, so I just hope you guys are patient with me. And I think the reaction were as they mostly is when I say things about oil. Some people like you guys are happy and other people are mad. So it was as
usual.
As usual, yeah. But you know, just to set it in perspective of how much of a grip like the oil and gas industry has over politicians. To be at the ONS is mandatory for the whole Standing Committee on Energy and Environmental Politics in the Storting. And not only this, but also, for example, Sandefjord-konferansen, which is like is some sort of the same vibe as this one. And Offshore Norge and Equinor makes the whole program. So they're just following around and just being able to say everything they want to us and just spread their propaganda to the whole Energy and Environmental Committee. And we don't talk to like climate organizations at all. So it's a really hard grip over Norwegian politicians. So it's I really feel like it's really true what's already been presented from the stage. Yeah.
So it's mandatory. You can't say no when you're part of that committee.
You can, but then you're not doing your job correctly. No. You probably should want to be at your job, and your job does things. Yeah.
But I'm like when you are like participating those activities, are you the only one asking critical questions, or like?
I have some friends called Grunde Almeland in Venstre and Lars Haltbrekken in the SV and Sofie Marhaug in Rødt, and we're pretty much the only one asking critical questions. And it's been really interesting to just follow around and see that the Norwegian politicians from especially Arbeiderpartiet and Høyre and Fremskrittspartiet is even the oil and gas industry can just ask for anything and they will accept it. So it's really interesting to look at how much of grip they have over the Norwegian politicians, and it's actually kind of sad to be at a conference like the ONS and just have Aker BP or Equinor or Offshore Norge just giving us all this information about how important the oil and gas industry is for the climate. It's almost like it's a climate politics to make oil and gas. And after this summer, when so many people had to flee their homes because of the rising temperatures and the heat waves, and yeah, Macron called this the biggest crisis that France has had since the war. So it's really yeah, it's kind of sad actually.
Do you have like any conversations with any of your like political colleagues about the health consequences of fossil fuels at all?
Yeah, the health consequences isn't what I'm working most with, but we talk about it, and it's so obvious now. It's so obvious that it's a health problem, and I think the WHO is also clear that it's the biggest health crisis we have. Much more of a health crisis than what tobacco makes, for example. So I think for the reklameforbud for the
fossil fuel ad ban.
Yeah, fossil fuel ad ban. I think it's much bigger reasons to have a ban for fossil fuel industries and ads than for example, tobacco. And that's so obvious in Norway that we need, for example, an ad ban for tobacco or alcohol. So even though the fossil fuels industry have way more many lives taken as a consequence of the climate crisis, it's not that obvious for Norwegian politicians. Yeah.
Yeah. So the article that we will publish by Ketan has like really high death numbers related to fossil fuels and fossil fuels by Norway. Is that something that the politicians and your colleagues will be able to relate to, and how, like, what can we do to make them like aware and relate to it?
I don't know what we can do to make it relate, because they're I think it's so distant from them. They're thinking about the Norwegian oil and gas production as almost like peace work and climate work. So they have many. I think one of the things the oil and gas industry has been really successful is as just having a really strong story. And after the war in Ukraine, it's been stronger. So they're using both like obviously energy security and climate, that we have some small percentage of less emissions in the producing phase, and also, you know, the welfare and all the people working in the oil and gas industry in Norway, and especially in Stavanger. They have a really strong story of how much it means and how terrible it would be to live in Norway and also in Europe if we weren't producing gas and oil. Yeah, even though. Yeah, we know they're spending a lot of money and time to be in Brussels, for example, to make the European Union's climate politics worse with, for example, the Arctic moratorium.
I think you are really brave and has a lot of courage, and you get a lot of media coverage. So my last question would be, is there anything that we can, like, how can we contribute to you coming a bit closer to this transition in Norway?
Thank you. And I think you're doing really much, and it's so inspiring to be here and talk to you guys who's working with this from a different place than I am. I'm really happy for the work Jonas and the people with Jonas is doing to just use different sort of innganger.
Yeah, like entry points
to just get the climate cause some media coverage. I think it's the most dangerous thing is if the climate discussion just fades out or the focus gets away. So I think the most important thing we can do is just try to use our voices and maybe say some things that are annoying the other parties or the industry. I think it's okay that we have kind of a rough or like a tempered discussion about this because it's so important, and I think that the definitely most dangerous thing if we don't talk about it at all. So just to raise our voice and not be afraid of getting some enemies in the industry or in the other parties. I think that's okay.
Don't be afraid of your enemies. I think that's a pretty good thing to end with. Thank you, and thank you for the job you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Freya. I'm so glad you're here. Erlend, you know, we have some people online commenting on stuff we publish. Yeah. We don't call them internet trolls, we call them the oil trolls.
You have also given them numbers.
Yeah, like oil troll number 14, number 15, and it's a very homogeneous group. I won't say anything bad about white Norwegian men in their 50s, but yeah, they are all there. But I cannot imagine the amount of comments people like Freya is getting. And yeah, it takes courage, and we need to support each other. That I know many people here in this room is affected by that as well. So you talked to two very courageous people. I'd like to invite a Danish courageous person up on stage, and that is, where is Esther? Woo! Can I just ask you, Freya, those comments, do you read them or do you just... Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to drag it out. No, I was just very curious because sometimes I read the comment section and I die inside.
Yeah, it doesn't affect me, no. I think it's...
Sorry, Esther.
No, it doesn't affect me. I feel like we have a really strong case, and I think sometimes when the discussion is about my age, or I can understand that sometimes it's annoying for these big companies with like a 20-year-old girl who hasn't finished high school, or that says things that can be unpopular, and I think it's okay. I think, for example, Jonas or other parts of the movement, I think it's harder actually because we have like such a big security net in both the Storting and in my party, and we take good care of each other, and people are, even though people say things that aren't always that nice, I think it's still really inspiring to work with climate in the climate movement, since it's such an important thing, and we're always reminded how important it is, especially after this summer. So it feels like a really small sacrifice. Yeah.
Thank you for that. So. I would like to introduce a person who is not unfamiliar with people trolling you online, I guess. This is Esther Mikkelsen Kjeldal, a very amazing Danish activist, author, founder of multiple climate organizations, also author of the book Reklamemagt, Fossil Power. Do you have it with you?
Yeah.
4 copies. You can leave one of them there so people can take a look and they can buy it from you. But Esther will talk more tomorrow about a solution to end Petroganda. But we invited you on stage as a reaction to both Daniel and Freya on how to create action, create courage, create energy. and to tell us about an amazing campaign you had in Denmark called Jordskred. Would you like to share what that was?
Yes, and thank you for inviting me. Yes, so as climate activists, everyone here who has been trying to campaign on this very, very obviously important issue, it can sometimes feel draining and demotivating that we know we have all the facts, we know we have like morality on our side, and we even have like public support when you look at public opinion studies, but there's just this wall between climate, civil society, climate researchers, and then the politics that is being made. And back in the last fall, I actually ran for office in this small municipality I live in, Holbæk, for the Left Party. And yeah, I just did it just to try what is this politics thing, because now we've been trying to like say to the politicians to do this and that, and they're never listening. So I was just like a little bit curious what is going on here. So I ran, and then I was debating all these people from these center-right, very status quo parties, and sorry to say, but like the quality was really low. And then I realized why don't all climate activists run as politicians? Like if we actually organize this and make like all the resources we spend doing climate campaigning, which we are really, really good at, and all the creativity that is in this movement, what if we do it to like make political campaigns? And that was the same time when Soren Mamdani became the mayor in New York City. And then there's this Danish sociologist called Fabian Holt, who published this book called Organize or Burn, and it's describing what the Democratic Socialists of America in New York City, what they are actually doing, how they are organized, and how they manage to build this counter movement, and can actually. And they run grassroots candidates. That's really like the main thing that they are doing. So they mobilize volunteers to do campaignings for people that come from the grassroots, but they don't in the new party, just run them in the Democratic Party. And then we thought maybe me and like some of my like climate colleagues, we were thinking about what maybe we could do the same for the general election that we knew was going to be like very soon. And then we started to think about who we could run for the general election from the climate movement, and we found a little bunch, and then we were like, let's fucking do it. And then they got like on the list, and then the election was being announced much quicker than we had thought. I think it was like in February or March this year. So we had to build these campaigns so incredibly quickly and use some of the tools that Democratic Socialists of America did. And then the two of the three that we ran on the Green Party, they got elected. So now they're in parliament. And it's just like regular climate activists that have been in the Green Youth Movement for many years. They are now sitting in parliament, and one of them, she's even now the chair of the climate committee in the Danish parliament. And it was really easy to create the hype around these people, and we realized that like the public, they really want like politicians with integrity, because everyone is so fucking sick of these people that have been brought up in these youth parties that are just like playing small adults and like saying the same like word salad stuff coming out of their mouth, and everyone can see that there is no it doesn't come from the heart, and like people want people like to vote for people that have integrity and that where their heart beats for something and for justice. And there was just, it was actually not difficult at all. And I know that Denmark is a small country, but just with such little time, we managed to get 2 of the 3 into parliament, and we also were endorsing 2 other people that ran for the far left party, and they also got really, really good. Like they got so many personal votes, everyone. Yeah.
when you say it wasn't difficult, could you be a bit more specific? Because I know for some of us in this room, it seems difficult.
Yeah, of course, it's not that because the people that were involved spent a lot of time and energy doing it. So it's not like it was just a walk in the park, but just that we already in the climate movement, we have all the skills necessary to run a candidate. We have like motivation for something that seems impossible. And like we have the creativity and we have a huge network and we're good at like coming into the media doing these like crazy things. So the media was also constantly like interested in this weird new concept, jordskred.
Jordskred means mudslide or?
Yeah, earth slide or something, yeah. I wanted to say something else. Yeah, yes, of course. So what it also made it easy, of course it was not easy, but it's just so you can do it also. But it's that the parties, and I think that's a general trend, they are so weak, like the regular parties, their memberships have been falling for years and years and years, and now like there's this book that came out a couple of years ago called Hyperpolitics that was like analyzing how like the youth, like the generation that I'm part of, we're always on the streets and protesting for these like simple causes. Of course, they're all connected, but like one single issue causes, but we're not really engaged in like the policy making, which means that we constantly lose because we're not really. It's not our ideas are not being translated. So and this is also a trend in Denmark. So this means that like when we came out and we were like campaigning for instance, Elise that ran in this district that I live in, and so then we met some of the other candidates. They had like 1 or 2 volunteers standing and handing out flyers because there were almost no young people that are engaged in these parties. So it was like, and everyone wanted to, of course, be with the activists. So it's just that the system can seem so unpenetratable.
Do you feel it's relatable, Callum and the activists? Everyone wants to be with the activists? Or?
The thing is, like, we have this idea that, there's this politics and the lobby, and of course it's really, really strong, but the system around is actually quite weak. And that's what the lobby is. They are, of course, exploiting that, but we can also exploit that. And the last very important point I want to make is that I for a long time felt that like, being a politician is like, that's like, it's not me, and like people will look like bad at you if you like go into politics. But I think if that is the reason why so many people who know so much and are so charismatic and really have bold visions and have read all the good books, and that they are not running just to be afraid that people from the activist community will look like weirdly at them, that's too bad. Because we like, and the people that are in these right-wing parties, they are really not, they are not that strong. but they are all in, sorry.
Thank you so much,
I know it's being live streamed, so I shouldn't say too much.
Thank you. Such an inspiration, and you'll hear more from Esther tomorrow, and she'll be here all day as well. And follow her on Instagram and see her being shocked of the amount of Petroganda around in Stavanger's street. We have 2 more sessions before there's lunch at 11. We are providing lunch for all of you. It's vegetarian, it's vegan, and it's gluten-free. Not all free combined, but there should be something for everyone. We would like to welcome 2 more courageous persons on stage. It's Dickon Bonvik-Stone and it's Anne Klenge. And Dickon, you will introduce the both of you, maybe, knowing you right? Yes. And after that, you'll get Ben Franta from the University of Oxford talking about how people can sue Norway for oil money. So that's going to be interesting too.
Thank you. Let's sit. Yeah. Yeah.
And remember, there's people in the
over there.
Yeah, just wave at them sometimes.
I feel like I should take a moment to just say, wow, what a room. It's really, really cool to be here. Anna, you're a PhD student. You are researching
strategic and environmental communication of like the climate movement.
Yes. But you're also an activist, an organizer. How would you like to be described?
I think being an activist is the tip of the iceberg, but there's so much organizing involved in making activism visible that I think only saying activist doesn't really cover what the work involves. So organizers, nice too.
All right, I have a few questions for you. The first is fossil fuel activities, which contribute to climate and health harms, some of the things we're here to talk about today. They have a very strong social license here in Norway, as many of us are well aware, and many people will find out when they walk through the streets. Meanwhile, people like you who disrupt or challenge those activities can be criminalized, as you have been. How do you make sense of that contradiction?
Yeah, and maybe for context, like earlier in the spring, I was on 2 months like prison sentence for peaceful climate action that I did 3.5 years ago, or now it's almost 4 years ago. But I don't make sense of that contradiction. I think that's why I continue also to be involved in it. But I mean, as we also heard earlier, like in Amy's keynote, for example, that like this system doesn't necessarily make sense. I mean, it's a system that rewards kind of climate and health harms and doesn't reward kind of standing up for like the common good. So I think it's actually the fact that it doesn't make sense that also continues, like, or the disagreement that we have with that kind of keeps us going and fuels also the resistance.
I was about to speak into my notes.
Yeah.
That's good. How has being, as you said, arrested and criminalized affected you personally? Not just politically. We're here to talk about courage, after all. But in terms of your sense of safety, of health, mental health, and willingness to continue also.
After like 5 years of kind of being engaged in like the climate movement in Norway, I felt like I've been through a lot of like emotions and burnout, setbacks, whatever. But the emotions I felt when I got this ankle tag around my ankle, and Julie was actually with me on that day, like that was completely new, like set of feelings, like very much about shame. Because I really felt like I have this thing around my ankle, everyone will see it, it's like gigantic, even though it wasn't that gigantic, but it felt like everyone in the street knew. I felt, very ashamed, I felt criminalized. And these feelings were just super strong in the beginning. They faded more and more, and people also, like friends and family, were super supportive in that time, but I was surprised kind of how much it affected me and like how many tears I cried over feeling like an outsider and alienated from the society that I lived in. But overall, it didn't really it made me even more willing to continue, even though it maybe means in different ways. And I think I've learned a lot from how can we fight the fossil fuel industry in a way that is sustainable and healthy also for us, and to not be burnt out and to be able to continue doing it. Yeah.
And maybe a bit more context. You were sentenced to 50 days with the ankle bracelet for the action of...
Yeah, we, like Joachim and I in 2022, we poured orange and washable paint on a statue in Vigelandsparken in Oslo. And it's quite a famous, iconic statue, but it was a protest against oil licensing.
Yeah, for which you got that ankle bracelet. I was with you actually on the day that you had it off. So we really bookended that sentence. But what does it feel like to be labeled a criminal for this relatively harmless act? As you said, it was washable paint by the state, for challenging something that you believe and is continuously shown is harmful to society.
Mm. I mean, overall, it shows that repression works, and like these tools that the state use in order to intimidate or like keep you from showing the resistance that they don't want to see, like the tools that they use in order to slow that down, they do work. I mean, not necessarily for me personally, but I know that it intimidates people who maybe decide to want to do similar things or who also would want to step into resistance. But yeah, I mean, overall, it also just shows that like this system is very fragile. And if more and more people try to push for it, then like, they cannot only push back with repression. It works if like it's a few people and and the legal system has kind of the capacities to respond to it. But it also shows that they are quite afraid, or like also Amy talked about the panic. I think if the fact that they have to respond in these ways also shows that you have done something right, maybe. So I think even though it comes at like partly like high costs or also emotional social costs, I think for me, it just like it is the way to go forward. Not the only way, but a way that I decided to go on. Yeah.
I'll face this part of the room so I don't forget about you. You are both part of the resistance, but also researching, investigating that same resistance. Which came first, incidentally? Which of those two? And has playing this kind of dual role changed the way that you look at what it is that you're studying?
Yeah, I mean, I think the only reason, I started with environmental engineering in my bachelor, so I didn't really have any idea of ending up in a PhD, and then I came to Norway because there's a lot of heat pumps, until I realized that, maybe it's not all about heat pumps, but actually more about what happens out there on the shelf. So I think the reason why I'm in this PhD is the Norwegian oil and gas industry, so maybe I should thank them for it or not. But the resistance and the activism work that I've been involved in is informing the PhD so much more than anything else I did. But I think when I entered the PhD, I was very like torn in between, like, who am I? Am I a researcher when I'm in the office, and then like an organizer when I step out of the door? And I felt also this tension like building up a little bit over the first months. And then when I was in prison, and I mean, I was on house arrest, so I was going to work with an ankle tag, and I realized I can't be two people in one body. Like, I am who I am, and I think that social science, I mean, people always want to talk about like how can you conduct like very neutral social science, but that's just never possible. We all have kind of like a positionality that shapes the way we think and the values that we carry. So I decided to center also what I learned from the last 5 years and like the viewpoints I have and the perspectives that it gave me into the research that I do. And I think it can enrich also a lot of insights and perspectives on like social movements, how they work also from within, but also to situate that knowledge within kind of the broader like political landscape. And so it has definitely both are now kind of influencing each other, because I think doing a PhD in communication and strategic communication also teaches you a lot about, oh, wow, there's a lot of things that we definitely didn't know when we started kind of engaging in like climate action. And so I think it's just an overall, like, it's accelerating a massive learning process, which I'm also very thankful for. Yeah.
Super cool. Last question. Looking forward, what does courage mean to you now, having been through this sentence? And has the experience, I mean, I think I know the answer, has your experience changed what you think is worth risking as part of your movement ahead? And what do you think needs to happen for you and others, many of us in this room, to keep challenging fossil power?
I think I will take the last part of the question first. I mean, what needs continue to happen is like spaces like this where we can also come together and recharge, gain energy, and like go home motivated and wake up the next day wanting like, okay, I want to continue doing this. I think over the last 5 years, or I mean, I was engaged in like other things before, but not kind of that politically. It was more like, let's build a bee hotel here and something else on somewhere else. So, but I think courage for me is like, because in the last 5 years, I've seen people kind of dropping off or leaving. So I think courage is, or the courage to wake up in the morning and decide every day that you want to continue that work, even though you will face like bad Facebook comments and like all the kind of social pushback. You might have difficult conversations within your family, like to take active decisions every morning that you want to continue doing this, even though it might come at like high risks also. And risk and courage can look very different for different people, but I think everyone also can decide for themselves what it means to be courageous in my body and my surroundings. But yeah, I think it needs more community spaces for us where we can like, yeah, inspire each other with the courage that each and everyone shows. But yeah, for me, I'm definitely willing to continue. I think that was one of the parts of the question. Yeah.
Well, I can say that you inspire courage in me, for sure, and I'm sure in many of us. So thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you.
Then I have the pleasure of introducing the next speaker, who is an associate professor and senior research fellow in climate litigation at the Oxford Sustainable Law Programme and the founding head of the Climate Litigation Lab. Get comfortable, it's a good bio. His research has been published in the likes of Nature Climate Change, Global Environmental Change, The Guardian, and more. It's been translated into 10 languages and even cited in the US Congressional Record. This is the good bit. With a PhD in applied physics from Harvard University, another separate PhD in history from Stanford University, a JD from Stanford Law School, and an MSc in archaeological science from the University of Oxford. What have I been doing with my life? He's also a licensed attorney and a member of the State Bar of California. Here to dive into Norwegian oil and legal accountability, Benjamin Frante, everybody. Dr. Benjamin Frante.
Thank you so much. Cited in the US Congressional Record. A lot of good that did, obviously. Do you want to like stand up and kind of like, I don't know, turn around? Sometimes if you like turn around in a circle, it kind of refreshes things, or just stretch if you want to. Yeah. It's good to move. It's like almost too comfortable in here. I was sitting in there, I was like, oh man, I just could just sit here forever. Awesome. Well, this is really cool, and it's a really awesome venue too, to be here. Yeah, thank you to the venue. Thanks for everybody helping out here too. So yeah, I'm going to talk about lawsuits and legal action, and yeah, I think this is another interesting dimension to what's happening with climate change now, and I think we're seeing that lots of different professions are becoming mobilized to deal with and respond to climate change. You know, from communications professionals to people in the oil and gas industry, and lawyers are as well. And so I think this is a really interesting response to climate change, and hopefully it can give us some hope as well. because as we know, lawyers like to win. So hopefully some of them will have some success in their cases against oil and gas industry and climate change more broadly. So just to sort of introduce myself and what we do at our group. Ah, yes, in the light, yes. Oh, here? Okay. So I lead a group at the University of Oxford called the Climate Litigation Lab, part of Oxford's Sustainable Law Program. And we do a lot of work to help inform these climate lawsuits around the world. We do scientific research about the impacts of climate change, and we do historical research into fossil fuel companies, what they knew about climate change and when, what they've told the public about the issue, and basically what sort of legal strategies could be used to hold these companies accountable. You'll hear from another person who's associated with our group as well as doing a lot of other good work, Stella Levantesi, who's in the back right now. Tomorrow, so you'll hear from her. So lots of good stuff. So the first thing I want to do is just give a little tour of climate change cases around the world. There's a lot happening. So this is litigation, different from legislation. So it's not like a law that's passed in a government, but it's a lawsuit. So one party suing another party, saying they did something unlawful, trying to hold that party, we call it a party because it's fun, accountable. And that defendant might be a fossil fuel company, they might be a government, it could be a wide range of groups. So just to kind of give a tour, I like to start here. As was mentioned, I spent a lot of time living in California, which is actually a huge oil producing region, produces a lot of oil and gas in the US. And the state attorney general, so this is like the kind of the top lawyer, government official in the state, filed a lawsuit against ExxonMobil and many of the other big oil and gas companies, alleging that those companies knew about climate change for a long time, that they concealed their knowledge, that they deceived the public about climate change, and that they're still doing so about what they're doing about climate change, greenwashing, and things like this, and that California is experiencing a lot of impacts from climate change, from droughts to wildfires to flooding, and that the fossil fuel producers should be paying for some of that. So this is a really similar case theory as lawsuits brought against big tobacco companies, pharmaceutical companies like the opioid lawsuits you might have heard about, and so on. So this is a really established theory of a case to bring against an industry. Basically, they knew, they lied, people died, and the company should pay for the damage. And so we'll see what happens with this case. It's obviously hugely consequential. If these companies had to pay for climate change, they'd be on the hook for, hundreds of billions of dollars in the state of California alone, probably, trillions of dollars across the United States. And, if this also spreads globally, and there are cases outside the US as well seeking these money damages, then, this is a huge threat to the fossil fuel industry around the world. So I think these are really interesting and worth watching. We've seen cases like this filed more and more in the last decade all around the world. This is a chart of lawsuits that are, the chart is very interesting, just so you know. It's like, kind of goes like this. It goes up. So these are lawsuits that have to do with climate change, filed every year. And what we can basically see is climate change is moving more and more into the courts as an issue. It's not just a scientific issue, it's not just a political issue, it's becoming a legal issue. And probably we're going to see more of that. Geographically, there are cases all around the world, lots in the US, but also lots in Latin America, Europe, Australia. South Asia, and so on, and proliferating more and more as well. Some of these lawsuits are about individual events, so like a heat wave. This is a heat wave that occurred in the northwestern area of the United States in 2021. There's climate attribution science, which is this field of science that statistically determines how much more likely was this event because of climate change, or how much more intense or severe was this event because of climate change. And that's a way we can determine how much more damage was caused by climate change in this instance. It's a little bit like epidemiology, how much more likely is somebody to get a disease because they smoke cigarettes or something like that. And so many of these cases are about these individual events. You could imagine every time there's a climate-related heat wave, there could be more lawsuits based on climate change. And really interestingly, this is the first case brought against the fossil fuel industry for someone dying, actually. This was somebody who died during this heat wave, the same heat wave, and one of their family members brought this civil case, called a wrongful death case, against the fossil fuel companies. So, you know, it's getting very personal, it's getting very serious, we might say. Other cases have to do with greenwashing. So what are these cases, sorry, what are these companies telling the public about what they're doing about climate change? This is a case in Massachusetts against Exxon, and this is part of their complaint. And they use this example of a cigarette ad. And yeah, I'm just curious, like, how many people in here would look at that ad and sort of see something that's misleading about that advertisement? Yeah, I see like a few hands coming up. Yeah, so like what's misleading about this ad? You can just shout it out if you have an idea.
Association with sports and health.
Yeah.
False dilemma.
Oh yeah, false dilemma. So we heard association of sports and health with smoking, and what's the false dilemma?
Like the choice to or to smoke another.
Yeah, it's like do I keep smoking cigarettes or vape, right? It's like this is the choice.
Healthy cigarettes.
Yeah, the concept of a healthy cigarette. What else? Anything else? We're hitting some like of the major ones here. Yeah. So, but what's interesting about this ad is it doesn't contain any literal lies, right? I mean, there's no statement in there that is factually incorrect or false. And yet we still recognize that ad as misleading. And there was a time when ads like this were all over the place for cigarettes. And today, ads like this are all over the place for fossil fuels, right? I mean, we see, we're producing energy for our children and for the future and things like that, portraying oil and gas as sustainable, essential for sustainable economic growth. Oil and gas companies portraying themselves as solving the problem of climate change, like Amy was talking about earlier. Other cases are based on the idea that fossil fuel companies suppressed clean energy. So they didn't just say lie about climate change, but they actively say bought renewable energy startups and then sat on them, didn't develop them. Or they would patent renewable energy technologies and then sit on it and sue competitors who tried to develop those technologies. So that's a really interesting case theory as well. And then yet other cases are based on rising insurance premiums, because as these climate disasters expand, insurance is becoming more expensive and in some cases unavailable. And who pays for that? Well, right now it's the people losing their insurance policies or paying more for insurance, but maybe it should be fossil fuel companies paying for that. So other cases are based on this. So I think what I'm hoping to communicate is that there are many, many case theories that are being tried out. They're being tested by enterprising lawyers around the world. This idea is also being discussed, prosecuting oil companies for crimes In some jurisdiction, it's like a crime to create a risk of catastrophe. Well, you know, climate change is causing a lot of catastrophes, and we know that these companies knowingly created that risk. Elsewhere around the world, there are cases that are seeking to just directly force governments and fossil fuel companies to reduce their emissions in line with the Paris Agreement. You may have heard about some of these cases, like the Urgenda case in the Netherlands, really opened this idea up. Other cases are about forcing governments to pay for climate adaptation costs, things like that. So it's making this issue much more concrete. This is a really heavily litigated case in the Netherlands against Shell, trying to get the company to reduce its emissions. The plaintiffs, the activists, won, and then Shell appealed, and then Shell won, and then now it's being appealed again. So these cases are really heavily litigated, and sometimes they don't completely win. They kind of half win, and then that half win is used as the basis for the next wave of litigation. I'll skip through this, but there's just more. There are cases about what they call red lines. So saying, okay, well, new oil and gas fields is clearly incompatible with the Paris Agreement, so maybe we can get a court to say that is not allowed because it's so obviously contrary to things like the Paris Agreement. There are cases in Italy against their major oil and gas producers. There are transnational climate change damages cases. This is a case brought by a farmer in Peru against a power utility in Germany. Really interesting case. There are other cases like that. These claimants are in Indonesia, suing a cement company in Switzerland. These claimants are in the Philippines, impacted by a typhoon, suing Shell in the UK. So you could imagine this could expand a lot, you know, as these climate events expand as well. And then there's more and more litigation about greenwashing, carbon offsets targeting airlines. Total Energies was just found to have been basically lying about their net zero commitments. They're advertising themselves as going net zero, but they didn't have much to back that up. Cases about should climate change be included in oil and gas permitting decisions. And I know there's a big case in Norway here going to the Supreme Court about that very issue right now. So it's also really live. Oh yeah, here's a slide about that. Whether climate change has to be considered when issuing oil and gas permits. And then finally, I'll sort of wrap up this tour because there's just so much and I don't want to like overwhelm, but the international courts have also weighed in on climate change in the last few years, basically saying that addressing climate change and reducing emissions is a matter of international law, it's a matter of human rights, and countries could be held accountable for not doing enough about that. European Court of Human Rights has heard cases on that. The International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea has also issued an opinion. The Inter-American Court of Human Rights, and then finally the International Court of Justice, which is sort of the top international court, have all come out and basically said, yeah, addressing climate change, reducing emissions, and all of this is part of international law, not just the Paris Agreement, but all the other international laws and that legal framework that has been developed for many decades. Yes. So let's just take like a moment, because that's like a lot of different cases. What does that mean? Well, I think it means that, you know, no one knows if any of these theories like will succeed a lot. Some of them already have some, and they're continuing to develop, but there are many of these theories. So I think for the industry, it's a little bit like whack-a-mole. Like if they defeat one type of lawsuit, they're going to face all these other types of lawsuits, which will only get more and more in number as climate change progresses and so on. So I think this is a big structural shift against the fossil fuel companies. Many of these cases are based on what these companies knew about climate change in the past. And this was a game changer. You might have heard about the history of tobacco litigation. And I say that as if everyone here is interested in the history of tobacco litigation, so maybe you haven't heard about the history of tobacco litigation. But those cases lost for 30 years, from the 50s until the 80s, because the tobacco industry said it's all of your fault, that you're smoking. You're making that choice. And then once the internal documents of the the tobacco companies were found, it totally changed the narrative, because people could see, okay, these companies knew about addiction, they knew about disease, they covered that up, they were misleading the public about what they knew, and knowingly selling the public a really dangerous product. Something similar has happened with fossil fuel companies, because about 10 years ago, some of the internal documents of the fossil fuel companies started to be found by journalists and others. And some of those findings were just incredible. Here's an internal document from 1982 from Exxon, and it's all about the CO2 greenhouse effect. And it said, it's stamped with proprietary information. Nobody really knew about this in the public domain until quite recently. And here's one of the charts which predicted how much global warming there would be in the 21st century, and how much CO2 buildup there would be as well. And it's really accurate. It's basically predicting around 1.5 degrees of global warming today, which is basically what we have. And so that whole history of confusion and skepticism about climate change from these companies that came later, it looks really bad when you compare it to what these companies were predicting internally. That document talks about potentially catastrophic effects. That's the language they use. Flooding and climate-related famine, migration, and so on. Here's another one. This is from the American Petroleum Institute, a meeting in 1980. So this is not just one company, but many companies studying climate change. And here's one of the slides. They're talking about climate change, and they're predicting 1 degree warming by 2005, barely noticeable, but 5 degrees by 2070 with globally catastrophic effects. And that's their language. That's not the language of climate activists. That's the language of the fossil fuel companies themselves. I love this example. We just found this in an archive in Oxford a few months ago. It's one of Shell's scenario reports from 1989, but this is the private version. So sometimes Shell has a private version of the scenario report, and then they have a public version of the scenario report, and we're used to seeing the public versions. This was the confidential private version. And in here they have 2 scenarios for climate change. And this is again from 1989. There's this is emissions. And so they're predicting that emissions are going up, but in principle they could have peaked in the year 2000. That's what this Shell document is saying. And they could go down, or the emissions could keep rising. And then there's the CO2 concentrations that you'd get from that. So in this more sustainable world, that's what SW means, a sustainable world scenario. Actually, you don't get more than 400 parts per million CO2. We're already at like 420 or something like that, higher than that. The GM scenario, which stands for global mercantilism, it's sort of like, well, yeah, really interesting, right? Emissions just keep rising and concentrations just keep rising. And in fact, we just, for analysis that some collaborators and I are working on, we just plotted, what are actual concentrations compared to this GM scenario, and they're just right on top of each other. So we're in the GM world. And this is what Shell predicted the GM world would be like. So for people on this side of the room, it says more violent weather, more storms, droughts, and deluges, sea level rise. But it says the changes would most impact on humans. and it talks about basically climate refugees. It says in rich countries, there could be adaptation, like in the Netherlands, but for poor countries, such defenses are not possible. And then it says, civilization could prove a fragile thing. That's the last sentence. So, you know, as we look around the world today and what's happening geopolitically and so on, you know, I think we can see some resonances with this, and we're right in this world, right? And this is the world that Shell predicted in 1989, which their products would cause. So, you know, many of these lawsuits are based on, you know, this history. And of course, we're finding more and more all the time. So what does this mean for Norway? And I've been learning a lot, you know, just being here the last few days and having conversations about, you know, the history of the Norwegian oil industry, what it means socially and culturally and historically for the society, you know, which is different from other places, you know. So I think I'm learning a lot, and so I don't really have solutions, but I think this is just maybe a, you know, a place to start thinking, or maybe not start, but to be thinking about these questions, like what's the way forward? I looked for historical documents related to Statoil or Equinor, and I found this one, which I thought was interesting. So this is from a newsletter, and it's a little bit pixelated, but it says, you know, labeling his country's CO2 tax as more general tax than an environmental one, Harald Norvik, president of Norway's national petroleum company Statoil, urged that the carbon tax be reduced, speaking at an international conference on environmental issues in the North Sea. Norvik said that Norway probably had the lowest emission level of carbon dioxide per unit of petroleum production of any nation in the world. Don't penalize the frontrunners, stated Norvik. And he's saying, you know, this carbon tax is kind of onerous on the industry. And, you know, the whole point is like, we're going to use oil and gas and we make it the cleanest. You know, we're the cleanest producers of it. And so it's the exact same, you know, talking point that we hear today, right? And anybody want to guess when this is from? I'm hearing 1970s. What was it? The 60s? 80s? 84. No, it's not 84. So this is from 1995. So yeah, some of the early carbon taxes were enacted in like the early 90s and stuff. This is a bulletin of the Global Climate Coalition, which is like this industry association that's kind of infamous for being skeptical about climate change and fighting climate policies throughout the 90s. It's the special year-end issue, end of 1995. It has things like what the media hasn't told you about the IPCC report, like there's no warming in the last 16 years, and so on. But yeah, I mean, I think it just demonstrates these industry talking points have been, you know, the same, right? And so this is what they were saying in 1995. And now we are, what, you know, 30 plus years later, and it's the same conversation, right? And have they moved away from oil and gas? No, right? Is climate change worse? Yeah, you know, right? So it's time probably to change that conversation. Earlier we heard a little bit about the impact of Equinor's production in real terms on human lives. This is another study that monetized the damage from fossil fuels. So it's looking at, if you take all the fossil fuels produced from 1985 to 2018 and you calculate how much economic damage those cause around the world from climate change, then what numbers do you get? And so here's Equinor. Let's see if this works, I don't know. Yep. This is Equinor. So here what it's saying is that the fossil fuels that Equinor produced in that time caused $1.1 trillion in economic damages around the world. And, you know, that number is higher now because it's been almost a decade since then and climate change is worse. And yet Equinor only took in, what does it say? 0.6, so $600 billion in that time. So it's causing more damage around the world than it's actually making in terms of money, right? And, you know, I think these numbers are like quite similar to the size of the sovereign wealth fund, right? So it kind of puts that in perspective. Like, if the industry actually had to pay for the damages that it was causing around the world, then there wouldn't be a sovereign wealth fund, right? This only is profitable in an unjust world. So I think, you know, this is something we probably know about in the back of our heads, but to put numbers on it is really interesting because it sort of shows that, okay, yes, this has been a pillar of economic prosperity, but at what cost? And what is the moral meaning of that as well? How do we feel about that? And, you know, I'm not here to say how anyone should feel about anything, but I think this is really maybe illuminating. So what is the legal exposure of Norway and its oil and gas industry? Well, we heard about all these other lawsuits around the world. I think there absolutely could be lawsuits against Equinor and the other oil and gas companies operating in Norway. You know, they're continuing to expand oil and gas production despite knowing full well that it will cause huge amounts of damage all around the world. You know, even taking advantage of climate change to expand into the Arctic further, right? There could be suits against the government of Norway under all of these human rights and international law frameworks and so on. And then I think, you know, this is maybe where things get really sensitive, is there could be suits against the sovereign wealth fund, right? Not only is the wealth derived from fossil fuels, which are causing huge amounts of damage around the world, and obviously Norway is not alone in this regard, but, you know, there's kind of a big potential target on there. And the sovereign wealth fund is a huge investor in oil and gas. So they're choosing to perpetuate fossil fuels. It's not just that they got grandfathered in and now things are different and you can't change the past. It's an active choice to continue to perpetuate that model. So I think that's also worth pausing and thinking about. So what is the constructive path ahead for the industry, for Norway, for the national identity and the economy? I don't know, but I think that's really important to be thinking about in a serious way, because as these lawsuits show, it's not just a voluntary change. The lawyers are coming. They're coming for these companies all around the world, and they're probably not going to stop. So it's definitely, I think, you know, in everyone's interest to be thinking about what kind of changes are positive going forward. So thank you. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben. If people want to read more about these type of questions, do you have any quick suggestions for people to dive into this?
That's, yeah, very good question. So, you know, one of my favorite books is Merchants of Doubt by Naomi Oreskes.
How many has read it?
Yeah, who has read it in here? It's a great one. And, you know, I think what it shows is that the idea of climate denial or skepticism about climate change, it wasn't just an organic, natural, healthy skepticism that existed, but it was actually orchestrated and organized by groups that, you know, don't want to be regulated, basically. So I think for me, and there's been so much written about this issue, which is great. But for me, that really opened my eyes to this.
You can also watch an interview I did with Naomi Oreskes last year. It's on our YouTube channel, and she talks about Equinor and these matters. It's on our, so you can check it out there. Thank you so much, Ben, and thank you for teaching us a lot of new stuff. We are going into lunch. It would last an hour. We were so lucky that all the food we got was not vegetarian after all. But I called them and so now we have 50-50 vegetarian and non-vegetarian options. It's pizza buns. So people who can eat meat, please do, so you can leave the the vegetarian to the vegetarians. There's also a few vegan options, so leave them for the vegans, and there's a few gluten-free options as well, so leave them for Dickon and the other. So thank you so much, and we'll see you here in an hour. Thank you to Ben. back home in the mountains with the sheep. Every time my dog hears a sound like this, it goes crazy. Because, oh, there's animals around. Before we start the next session, we are lending 3 minutes to a young man who's been mentioned here already today. They were also in the newspapers today because of an action you did yesterday, drinking oil. So, Jonas Kittelsen, please come on stage. Yay! And take a microphone. So, Jonas from XR, what do you have in your hand?
A book.
How many here can read? Amazing. Tell us about it.
Yes, so together with a lot of people in this room, I have been resisting the Norwegian oil state for 6 years. We have organized at least 50 actions and really been at the forefront. And for this time, I have continuously been writing a book. So this book, Verden venter på oss, et kampskrift for en levelig framtid. I'm sorry this is in Norwegian. I hope it can be translated.
You can say the title in English.
The world awaits for us, a fighting script for a livable future. So this is a book where I get personal about how it is to resist the Norwegian oil state, about my experiences, but most of all, where to go and move forward. So I really go into what type of visions do we need to have structurally in our culture, like what does those shifts actually look like in our structures and in our culture and in our democracy, and ending with strategy. How do we move forward? How do we build the people power we need, and how do we build the leverage that's required of us?
And it's brand new, and people can buy it here?
Yes, so it came out last Tuesday. So it's very weird to self-promote myself, but I genuinely...
Not really, Jonas, be honest.
No, it is, it is. Yeah, I think it's an important book for understanding the Norwegian oil state. I have 10 copies. You can also get it online. I will be happy to sign or whatever, write something to all you, because you're already doing so much great. That's the first thing I'm going to say. The second thing I'm going to say is that we are going to resist today as well. You know, when this is happening, and Equinor is holding their garden party with the elites in whole of Norway with 500-600 guests, and they're all coming to Equinor's headquarters. That's starting at 7. We're going to be there at 6. It's at Equinor Forus, and everyone here is very welcomed. It's going to be XR, and I think people from Spire, probably BKA, Greenpeace, hopefully Naturvernforbundet and others. So it's going to be a green action. There's going to be some performance. It's going to be a great way for actually seeing the people that we're here to resist and let them know. So I hope to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas. Health and courage is the slogan of the Petrogandafestivalen 2026. We stole the word courage from ONS, who also had that as their slogan this year. But we also have health. This next segment is called The Climate Crisis is a Health Crisis. And we got some pretty amazing people here to talk about it. And the first speaker has traveled all the way from India. She's an amazing woman. I'm so happy to know you, Sweta. Sweta Narayan works for the Global Climate and Health Alliance. You'll talk about that. But you are kicking ass on a global scale, on the COPs, in international climate policy, pushing health at the forefront of climate work. So please say welcome to Sweta Narayan. And Sweta and me, we love dogs, so that's mostly what we talk about, and then we talk about climate.
Climate and dogs, really good combination. Thank you so much, Julie. And good afternoon, everyone. Hard session after lunch, but hopefully we will keep the tempo going. I don't think this statement, I mean, I'm a campaigner, so a lot of stuff that I will say today will be repeating, because that's what campaigners do. But so the first thing, climate crisis is a health crisis because it threatens our air, water, food, shelter, and security. All the things that are absolutely necessary for survival. So it's a no-brainer, and yet people find it so hard to figure out why our health collectively is at risk because of climate change. And we know the cause for the climate crisis. The burning of coal, oil, and gas is the primary driver that is bringing us to the brink of this, what Ben showed earlier, civilization collapse. It is a crisis, we need to call it a crisis, and we need to act as if it's a crisis. At this point, we might be calling it a crisis, but the actions do not match the level of emergency that we're seeing. I'm not going to talk about the health impacts of climate change. What I'm going to talk about today is the health impact of fossil fuels, which is much more than just driving the climate crisis. Again, absolutely essential, and what we are facing in terms of extreme heat, flooding, droughts, malnutrition, social conflicts as a consequence of the climate crisis, absolutely, absolutely urgent to discuss. But more important and underlying fact is that a toxic, harmful product is driving that crisis. And we need to know why that product is harmful, how that product is harmful and toxic, so that we can challenge that. Otherwise, there are a lot of consequences, bad policy decisions that can be taken if we don't understand how dangerous the products are by itself that we're dealing with. Almost a year ago, we put together this compilation of evidence of health harms from fossil fuels. What we tried to do was look at published research on what are the different kind of health impacts of fossil fuels throughout their life cycle that people experience. And what we discovered that the evidence exists. It just sits in different disciplines and different geographies, and very well intentioned by the industry to keep it siloed so that we don't see a full picture of the harm that we are talking about. So we tried to put all of that together. We also realized that there were a lot of gaps in that evidence. Stories from Nigeria, as Amy mentioned in the morning, hardly makes it into researched, published medical evidence. But those stories are somebody's lived realities. Those impacts are somebody's life stories. So what we tried to do, we looked at published evidence, but we also identified where there were gaps, and we took testimonials from health professionals, from doctors, nurses, frontline responders, from community folks of their lived experience of harm. And we saw a full picture emerging, which is scary to say the least. So I'll walk you through what the evidence says. There's much more in the report, and I will encourage you to look at the report. But it's bad news from now on. So the first thing that we looked at was the entire life cycle of fossil fuel process, from extraction, exploration, extraction, production, consumption, and post-consumption disposal. And what we found at every stage of that life cycle, there are harms associated with it. So it again, why it's important? Because sometimes, and a lot of times, the fossil fuel industry will tell you, oh, it's just the air pollution. If we burn it better, if we capture those gases better, all the harms go away. No. Every stage of the fossil fuel life cycle, production, consumption, post-consumption, is associated with dangerous health harms, cancers, reproductive harms, developmental harms in children, because they release toxic chemicals. And the other side is that these toxic chemicals that we're talking about are chemicals that have the potential to stay in the environment for decades after release. So the factory may be shut, but the chemicals continue to be in the environment and have the potential to damage generations to come. We're talking about, I can tell you the names of the chemicals that I can pronounce. Mercury, arsenic, cadmium, lead, PFAS. Somebody who knows what PFAS is? Yes, forever chemicals. They are called forever chemicals for a reason. And again, one more thing, and I'm just like reflecting so much from the previous sessions, the industries know about the harms decades ahead. And it's not only with tobacco, lead, asbestos, PFAS. Every chemical, they knew about the harms 30, 40 years ahead of what public health understood later. So that's first part of the harm that we documented. The second thing that we looked at was that we looked at the human body and what can fossil fuel emissions, what organs can they damage? And we found out there was no single organ that was left untouched by the harms and the effects of the emissions from fossil fuel industry. So every part of human body, from brain, blood, heart, kidneys, liver, reproductive system, cardiovascular system, is harmed by fossil fuel emissions. Again, important to know that it's not just a heart problem that can be solved, and in fact, we put together research, but somebody else pointed it out when we published this, that the word cancer appeared in our report 122 times. Different kinds of cancers that were documented. And then we looked at the human life cycle. What stages of human lives are we talking about that are at risk? And there, the evidence was overwhelming that before birth till death, every stage of human life is affected because of these toxic chemicals. So the entire industrial life cycle, the entire human body, and the entire human life cycle. We're talking about before birth, children, adolescent, and elderly. So we are screwed. And the industry didn't want us to know about it, doesn't want us to know about it, or when we counter them with evidence, they'll say, yeah, but look at the growth that we are offering. To whom? And at what cost? And because of the chemicals that we're talking about can stay in the environment, so it's not just the people who are exposed today, but for generations to come. So that's one part of the evidence. Again, still one part of the evidence that we documented. What we were also curious about to understand that what are the other ways this harm that the fossil fuel industry produces turns into tangible health harms. So we looked at, again, who is being harmed first. And we found a pattern across the world. People who are socially, economically, and politically marginalized are on the front lines, are most harmed by the industry's behavior, industry's practices, and the government's complicity. And these communities are perversely called the sacrifice zones. Imagine the idea that somebody's life can be sacrificed for other people's profit. Then we looked at the social and economic behavior of the industry itself, because the product is harmful, and that harmful product is, there is an underlying way of promoting that product that perpetuates that harm far beyond just the toxicity of the product. And that's where corruption, weakened regulations, weakened scrutiny, human rights violation, gender-based violation came in. And in fact, I was talking to a colleague, and one of the things that we could map out from community's testimony is in the US, along the pipelines, the gender-based violations, violence, trafficking, sexual violence, you can actually compare and see there is a connection between wherever the pipelines have come up and wherever and the incidence of those kind of atrocities. So there is a clear connect, and all of that impact has physical and mental health implications for communities. More recent effect, again, fossil fuels are worsening the climate crisis. There are more extreme weather events, and places that have fossil fuel infrastructure are more vulnerable to long-term impacts of climate disasters. So we're talking about hurricanes and floods and typhoons, and geographies that have fossil fuel infrastructure are more prone to accidents, spills, and the same chemicals staying in the environment for 20, 30 years without being cleaned up, nobody being held accountable, and the communities paying the price of that contamination. This is a photograph from 2005 after Hurricane Katrina in Louisiana, where massive oil spills happened, and the places are still not fully cleaned up and remediated. So, how much time do I have? Which is like 5. Okay, I'm no way I'm going to complete this. So I'm going to skip through. Actually, no, not this slide. Now, we heard from the very beginning in terms of what's the solution, what's the way forward, and I think there's no new solution that this report proposes. I mean, it's supporting and providing more evidence for reasons for stopping expansion, removing financial support and subsidies to the fossil fuel industry, holding polluters accountable. What we do is we provide the medical evidence for those arguments. And that's an important aspect that this report adds. The second part of this thing, which I'll hopefully complete. So that's the bad news. What can the medical and public health community do? And we'll hear more about that. But I just wanted to kind of bring your attention to this Ipsos Global Trustworthiness survey that Ipsos conducts every year. And every year, consistently, doctors, actually it's not doctors, I would say doctors, nurses, frontline responders, health professionals are topping the chart with being most trustworthy and credible people among a group of people. And I mean, it's no surprise that politicians generally are at the bottom. Health community has the credibility and the trust of people. We need to leverage that credibility, leverage that trust, bring out the evidence that they are seeing on a daily basis in their clinics, in their communities, when they're treating patients from asthma, from cancers. And we really need to bring that evidence from the health community in advocacy, in lending solidarity, in court cases. And that's, I think, is the way forward for the medical and public health community. And this is not a new phenomena. We're not talking about something radically, oh my God, revolutionary. Health community has over 150 years of a rich legacy in shaping the society that we live in. And you'll be surprised to know when even if it's a case of racial equity, gender equity, public health community has always been either on the forefront or supporting collaborating with organizations and movements in advancing the issue of equity and justice. And I just want to take 3 examples, but again, I can totally go over time. But when I was doing this research, before 1854, you would be surprised to know that people thought cholera happened because of bad odor. It does. It does, right. But it was the lens of public health by Dr. John Snow and mapping the disease patterns and incidences that came to the point of they identified it was contaminated water that led to cholera. And that research led to urban sanitation laws and changes in the way cities are being planned. So that's the contribution. The other contribution, I mean, one of my favorite cases, and I come from a community in Eastern India, which I grew up around coal mines and steel plants. So this is my favorite one, is black lung disease. And it's a deadly disease that coal miners were contracting across the world, also in the US. And some of the early disinformation around black lung disease was that there were companies who were saying black lung disease is actually good because it stops tuberculosis. It might kill you, but at least you will not get TB. It was actually medical practitioners who worked with the coal miners in looking at evidence of this disease, showed up at picket lines, showed up in the courts testifying based on what they were seeing in the coal mining community among the workers and their lung health, that led to the Black Lung Disease Act in 1968 in the US. So change happened. And my favorite one, who would have thought nuclear war is a health issue? In the 90s, at the peak of Cold War, it was a doctor from the US and USSR that came together and launched what is called the International Physicians for Prevention of Nuclear War, which within 5 years converted this whole troubled, geopolitical, critical, complex, people can't understand issue into a public health issue, and even won the Nobel Peace Prize. So there is no issue on this planet where public health and medical professionals can't contribute in, and climate crisis should not be something different or revolutionary. I mean, every era had its challenge. We have the most consequential one right now, and this is where we should be, as medical and public health community representatives, at the forefront, shoulder to shoulder with everybody else who's trying to work to protect their communities. And that's my final slide. I think health is a cross-cutting subject. It's our health, our children's health, our future that is at stake, and we should not leave any stone unturned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shweta. You are so badass. Another badass woman I'm so lucky accepted to come here today is you, Lindis Hurum, General Secretary of Læger Uten Grænser, Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières, or how do you pronounce it in French? Sorry. I'm sorry, I need to put on your slides as well. So, Lindis, I read your books. I followed you for years. You have been in front line of the health crisis many places in the world. I'm so happy you're here today. And I'll now put on your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Thank you for organizing this event. It's a brilliant idea to have it at the same time as the other event. And I'm happy to be here to try to convey the perspective of MSF. So that's the first thing I need to say. MSF is not a disease or some strange mineral. It's the abbreviation of Médecins Sans Frontières, so the French name. So I've been in the organization for 20 years, so by now I always say MSF. So when I say MSF, it's Doctors Without Borders. Yeah, before I became the Secretary General here in Norway, I've been 15 years as a frontline humanitarian in a crisis across the world, and I'm still active in that field, so I will also try to bring some of my personal perspectives. First picture I want to show is that why are we talking about this? Because this picture shows that we are present in the countries that are the most affected and most vulnerable to the climate crisis. So we experience firsthand, and we have access to patients and medical data that is of value in this conversation that the whole world should be having to a much larger extent. We were founded by doctors and journalists it's 55 years ago, almost.
and which has given us, we are giving ourselves a double mandate. It's to treat patients and save lives, and it's on the other hand to talk about it. And in all honesty, for many, many years, we didn't talk about this at all, the climate crisis, the climate change. We felt, and I personally felt, you know, I can't take on board all issues of humanity. I have enough about trying to reach populations in need in wars and epidemics. And that was a bit the thing in MSF, that we didn't really make that connection until quite recently. But when we first woke up, we really woke up, and now this is no longer discussed or debated at all in any of our over 70 projects around the world, and our 70,000 employees are really engaged in the issue, and we're doing it in a structured and strategic way. So, but yeah, it's I had biases. I woke up. It's possible to change people, even people who are engaged in humanity, you know. So what do we see? You already touched upon it, so I can only just confirm. There. In short, more of that. We see in isolated incidents somehow. We have project teams in many remote places, in, like I said, in more than 70 countries in the world, and we can report and witness firsthand on isolated incidents. And we are not researchers to say that this is exactly linked to the climate crisis. But as you know, there's a wealth of other scientists, and the information is there. So we feel confident enough to say that our isolated incidents, if you put them all together, of course there is a pattern. And we can see that all of this, which has forever been an issue for human beings, even 1,000 years ago, you know, but we have more of it. So it's an aggregating factor. It intensifies, multiplies already vulnerabilities in populations in need. And as you rightly pointed out, the people most affected are the people least responsible for the climate crisis. So how do we respond in MSF? So, of course, our first and most important action is to respond with our medical humanitarian action, so giving healthcare, which is then even the needs are rising. But we also see that we have to look at it through a different lens, not only like the acute emergency reaction. It's also about adapting how we do our own work, try to mitigate, and also advocate. It's a bit slow. Okay, can you press on the, please? There you go. These are just some examples of very concrete projects that we've come up with the last 5 to 3 years, so again, quite recent. One example is a malaria project that we have in South Sudan, where we are collecting malaria data trends and comparing them to climate and information from increase in rainy season, changing in the climate, putting them together, and then we can see that there's actually more malaria, or they come in a different time or in a different zone, and then we can be more prepared when it arrives. Some places we do mobile clinics also by boat. We have providing boats, canoes to affected populations for flood, for instance. So that's quite new as well. We're very known, I think, for our land cruisers consuming a lot of diesel. But we also do increasingly boats because there's simply more flooding. And then we have a program of telemedicine, so also we can provide support without flying ourselves. We can, which is of course one of our biggest emissions, is we have to fly quite a lot to this crisis. I'll go a bit short because I want to reach the conversation. And then also we have our own responsibility as a huge humanitarian organization. We're the largest medical humanitarian organization in the world, and and we're dealing with health and the health sector, who are the ones who are now responsible to save more lives due to this crisis. We are also ourselves responsible for it. The health sector globally is is responsible for 5% of the carbon emission because it's a very carbon-intensive activity. One hospital bed can produce between 1 to 5 kilos of waste a day. And a lot of that waste is plastic. It's one-use items, so you have to throw it away. And then because of how it works today, it's because of hygiene. It's, of course, the very, very important aspect of our work to protect the people. So that is a paradox that while we are wanting to save lives and we have to increase our work due to the climate crisis, we are ourselves responsible for that emission. So we took a long, hard look at ourselves. And first we were like, well, that's not possible because we work in places where we have to use diesel aggregate, how do you say that in... Generators, thank you. We have these land cruisers. We have to fly. You can't take a train to South Sudan and so on. You know, we were very much like in denial. And then we looked at, well, we can all do something. And so we did. So we have committed to reduce our emissions by 50% compared to the 2019 levels. I think that's a reach, but we're still keeping it as a goal just to push ourselves. Can you... so just some examples. Right now, we have close to 100 projects that are energized by solar. I myself had that experience in Sierra Leone. Was the first hospital that was fully 100% solarized, because we also realized that in these countries you can actually jump, because in many, for example, African countries, the continent where we are the most present, they have a lot of knowledge about solar. So we don't have to bring experts from Europe because they went from not having energy to using the sun. So that's a big improvement and reduced our consumption of diesel by 500,000 liters a year. And we're wanting to increase that activity for sure. Also, maybe it's in isolation, because I'm going to use that word again. Our pharmacies, we can isolate them better so that they need less refrigeration, so using less energy. And then you say, well, that doesn't matter, it's just one pharmacy. Yeah, well, we have a lot of pharmacies, and we have to reflect in that way that everybody should, that everything matters. Also, how much do we need to use this car? We teach our drivers to drive more energy effective. We are much more intentional on how we use the cars, very much more intentional on how we fly. We have to fly to the crisis to save lives, but you don't have to fly to do meetings and conferences and all that. And the gloves represent just a very simple example of our project in Lebanon, who managed to reduce their consumption of single-use gloves by 40% just by changing habits. And I think that's an argument for those saying, what does it matter if I recycle well here in Norway when Equinor is doing what they do? And MSF, we just really, really believe in what everybody does makes sense. And that's one example of that. Again, please. So advocating, we also do. This is part of it, me being here. But we also contribute to the Lancet since some years with our medical data and writing some briefing notes. And we really see it as our responsibility to bring the stories that we see, bring the facts, and just following up what you said, to say that absolutely the climate emergency, as we also sometimes call it, is a health emergency, is a health crisis. It's absolutely clear. And it shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone, because no one can live without clean water and good health. I often say that after 20 years of working very closely to real human suffering in more than 25 different crises, the one thing that I really, really learned, that the only thing that's important to all human beings, regardless of where you are, what you believe or don't believe in, what your skin looks like and all that, is three things in like the core of life. The three things are: you need to be safe, healthy, and together with someone you love. And if you don't have one of those, you're not that happy. You can't thrive in your life. And too many people that we meet every day lack all three of them. But the health one is really, really important. So I think it's key to make people wake up, is to actually talk and talk again. about how it affects our lives. I thought it was interesting the slide you showed about how much people trust in doctors. I also noticed that people serving in restaurants are just slightly above people in the armed forces, but they are above. So I didn't know that. So maybe that's an untapped potential in people serving in restaurants. You should arm them with good arguments. That's my last slide. Or to have another one, just to knock it in. There's no doubt. We say it, we own it after many years of not owning it. We see it every day. And we are going to continue to focus on that. It's also exacerbated, that's a difficult word, by the fact that there's also today in the world a crisis of lack of humanity and solidarity. So there's a lack of funding, which is again going to make the situation even worse. So the picture is really bleak. There's no doubt, and everybody who chooses to be here, you know it. But I think it's important to gather together to know that we're not the only ones seeing it, and together we absolutely can make a small difference.
Let's give a hand for those two, huh? Let's see, speaking of international crisis.
Seeing that, Kefi, I also could mention that war in itself is one of the biggest climate multipliers. A bomb is extremely toxic. So talking about the situation in Palestine, for sure there is a huge climate crisis on top of it, and nobody's talking about that.
I would just like to invite you, Sweater, to quickly comment on Lindy's presentation. Do you have anything to say? Disagree? No?
More power to you. What can we do? Can I be a volunteer?
Yeah, careful with it.
I'd like to ask both of you about the issue of communication about the climate crisis as a health crisis. We heard earlier today that Equinor's yearly emissions contributes to between 34,000 and 58,000 extra deaths each year. How do we make people care? I'd like to start just with you, Lindis, because I know you've been communicating for years, among others, with this amazing book called There Are No The Others, There Is Only Us. It's from 2016. And this is as relevant today as when you wrote it. How do we make people care, Lindis?
Yeah, core question I've been asking myself for 20 years now. I don't think this topic is different than the other humanitarian topics that we're trying to get people to care about every day. This is more a personal reflection, not necessarily something that is written somewhere in MSF policies, but having been a spokesperson and trying to advocate for humanity and solidarity and caring about forgotten crises for so many years, I've learned some things that in the beginning I spoke a lot with moral outrage. I am angry faced with injustice. It's what fuels me. But speaking with anger and speaking with moral outrage is a terrible communication method. People don't listen. That's very hard not to do when I am genuinely morally outraged. But I have to go past that and try to talk to the heart, try to touch people, because you cannot be upset until you're initially touched by the heart. In Norwegian, I often say berøre for å opprøre, because it rhymes, but it's also very true. So speaking in capital letters, speaking with numbers will not make people who don't care from the start to care more. You need to tell stories and you need to touch the heart. We need to talk to the people who we don't like. I have negotiated with the
I don't want to do that, to be honest.
I understand, but if you want to reach your goal, that's what you have to, because those are the ones who are going to make the actual change. I have negotiated with militia leaders in various wars, in particular Congo and the Central African Republic. I don't want to talk to them. But they are also not only the worst thing they've ever done. And in order for me to reach my goal, which is to access populations in need, I need to talk to that man, because it's always a man, and find the father, the husband, the son in that man, and then we can connect. And I say, I think you should not kill people. I don't condemn, I don't approve of that, obviously. My only goal is to treat people. And if we cannot do that, you will not be able to send your kid to be cured when he or she is ill with malaria, because also the worst people are people they love. Your woman will not be able to give birth, or if you are gunshot wounded, you will not get treated. And that resonates. And then we make kind of a deal that we can work more or less in peace. So I think you need to reach the human beings and the man and the woman inside the people that you despise. And you need to reach their hearts. And I think health is a really powerful tool because, as I started saying, they are also caring about the health. And what will actually lead to the change is real fear.
Sweta?
I'm 100% everything what you said. I think I have nothing to add. I just feel like, yes, numbers sometimes numb people. I think this is a very common way of expression. To me, even, I mean, there are two parts to the comment that I want to make. 34,000, 58,000. I mean, it's absolutely grim, and yet it's a number. And what we need to communicate, and especially I think that's the health community can help do that, is it's somebody's parent, it's somebody's child, it's somebody's loved one that we're talking about who've been taken away for no fault of theirs, for somebody else's greed. And I think that's the story we need to tell. Sometimes, I mean, even with air pollution causing 7 million premature deaths, like, it's hard to imagine what 7 million is. I don't even, sometimes I find it difficult to even put how many zeros are in 7 million. And just imagine those are somebody's family that we're talking about. And that makes a difference in way we connect with people. And you're right, everybody's concerned about their health. Everybody's concerned about their children's health, their family members' health. So that's a brilliant way to reach people and connect with people. But I also want to be a little bit cautious about, I mean, it's important, it's a very important number in terms of death. But death is not the only consequence that we're talking about. For those of us, and I'm 100% sure everybody over here has somebody that they're providing care to, it's the emotional, physical, mental, and economical cost that goes into providing care to a person who's not doing well. That is that could be a long period of time. If you have a child with asthma, I have spoken to parents who cannot have a good night's sleep because they don't know when their child's asthma is triggered in the middle of the night and they have to rush to the emergency. Or if you're providing care to people who are struggling with cancer, who are terminally ill, we're not just talking about that one person's life. We're talking about a whole family that has to either quit work or find part-time job, go to the hospital. Sometimes in India, like for cancer care, you have to travel more than 500 kilometers to get even a decent hospital. We're talking about disruption in people's lives way before death. So this is a tip of the iceberg. And that means the story is far more grim, far more horrific, and has implications for each one of us in this room.
If I can add, for talking about this in Norway in particular, why people won't listen, the people in charge of the oil industry in Norway, I of course don't know. But I have a dear friend who's a geologist and who loves stones and who works in the oil industry.
I'd just like to, you weren't here earlier today, but we had Daniel as a geologist. Yeah. Are you here, Daniel? Yeah. Who quit the Equinor a couple of years ago. Who,
exactly.
Yeah, did a brave thing.
he's a wonderful. There are lots of wonderful people working in this industry, and
he doesn't work there anymore.
No, but there are still wonderful people working in that industry. We can't demonize all of them. And I think it's very linked to the Norwegian. Something that used to be our pride has now become our shame, and shame is one of the most difficult emotion to carry. So I think most people, consciously or unconsciously, know that this is shameful, and then we can't bear it. So then we give birth to the twin, the evil twin, which is arrogancy or entitlement, because that's much more easy to carry. So I think it also, I'm an activist at heart. I work for an activist organization. I'm angry. I think it's very good we need the activist, but we also need to understand that it's kind of deep, I think, in a lot of, in the Norwegian kind of soul somehow, and have some kind of respect and understanding for that and tackle it from that angle.
Thank you. We have time for one last comment from you, Sweater. I would just like to inform that MSF hasn't accepted money from fossil fuel companies for many years due to them being an extractive industry, and you haven't accepted money for them. And quite recently, you also decided not to accept money from the fossil industry because of climate. And I'd like to say that this festival is not sponsored by any fossil fuel companies. But many, many public spaces are also in Stavanger. So I just wanted to give you props for that. Sweater, sometimes you are a bit angry and a bit loud, and always.
When am I not?
So I would like for you to finish off this little segment with you two by giving us some courage and kick us in the ass and give us Norwegians a little bit energy to move on, because you have it in you. I know you have.
I
think in this room you can be morally out.
You wasn't prepared for that. I'm sorry, but
I don't think. I mean, like the fact that we are here and talking about this most important issue of our lifetime and are willing to work towards it itself is very courageous, and we should collectively be very proud of it. I mean, my only fear always has been that we should not become cynical, and let's not become cynical. And let's. I totally echo what Amy said in the morning. This is the only job we have. There's no option of not doing this work. Let's just grow our tribe. Let's get more people, maybe from the winners.
Our little royal queen there.
So no, I mean,
the Toro guys really liked us, so we're halfway there.
Yeah, I mean, that's all. I mean, I think, yeah, this is it. We just need to. Next time we have a bigger room. And more people.
60,000. We are 60 people against 60,000 people. Oh. It's a start.
60 people is enough. Let's just get them.
Let's end on that note. 60 people is enough, especially in Norway. You're no one here. Thank you to Lindis and Sweater. Thank you. Speaking of courage, we have two people we're going to talk to, and the first one is Frida Steinbach, who is a nurse, but also a kick-ass activist. She also loves dogs. I only invite people who love dogs and love humanity. Well, I don't love humanity, but I do love dogs. So, Frida is... Yes. I'll just get your thingy going here.
Hvis jeg skal trykke play, så er det bare...
Det er bare å ta fra bort.
Ok. Den er bakover. Den er fremover. Den er fremover. Ja. Ja, jeg hopper rett i det. Nei, nå trykket jeg for mye. Det var deg, jo. Er det lyd?
Du, bare gå tilbake. La meg hjelpe. Der. Sånn. Har du lyd, Raka?
Aha, ok.
Du kan introdusere deg selv.
Yeah, jeg heter Frida. My name is Frida. I'm from Bergen, but living in Sogndal. I'm a nurse. I work part-time as nursing, and I do most of my time organizing together with the Norwegian climate organization called Folk mot fossilmakta, People Against Fossil Power. And I've been recently trying to tap into the healthcare sector to activate them and invite them into the climate battle. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. I don't. Ja, men da driter vi det. Jeg kan også bare forklare videoen.
Den virker litt stavfri da vi tester.
Ja. Nei, men jeg kan forklare det også.
Ok.
Jeg skulle begynne med å vise en video av et event som skjer i Stavanger I'm going to start with showing a video of an event that is happening in Stavanger tomorrow. That's a collaboration between ONS, the Oil Conference, and the Norwegian Cancer Association. They are organizing a run together to collect money for charity, for cancer research, under the banner Energy and Health Goes Hand in Hand. And I'm a nurse, and 3 years ago I quitted my full-time job to do full-time organizing. Because, and the next few minutes I'm going to talk a bit about this collaboration between the Cancer Association and ONS, and why I also think that nurses and healthcare workers in general is a really important group in society to invite into the climate space and make space for them. So I grew up, I studied nursing, I spent most of my time doing snowboarding and skateboarding. I grew up at Folgefonna, where I went every summer with my friends snowboarding. That's one of the biggest glaciers in Norway, just 4.5 hours drive from here. And I remember we could see the snow disappearing every year, and we had conversations like, I remember we often were wondering if our kids were able to experience the same as us. And I don't have kids yet, but this is how it looks like today. Last year they had to close completely down. The ski lift completely broke down, and it's now obvious that my kids will not be able to experience that. I find it interesting to see, like, of course the changes, but also to think about what my friends, how we saw climate change back then when it looked like this. We often talked about engaging in the climate issue on a very personal level, on the consumption level, reducing our own emissions, driving less cars, eating less meat, and all this. We could see the snow was disappearing, but we always thought our government were somewhat in charge of it and they would deal with it. I didn't see it as an existential threat. I saw it as something we could somewhat adapt to, and that someone had control. That was up until I went to an open meeting with Extinction Rebellion back in 2022. And when I got out of that meeting, I realized that this is nothing about snowboarding. We are an existential threat. And that was just when I started my nursing career. And I was really struggling to just leave that room knowing what I was knowing and going back to like acting as everything was normal. I just had been told that like enormous millions of people's lives are under threat, and I had to do it to respond to it, or to act in the scale of the seriousness we were in. So I went into activism. I did like a lot of actions. I disrupted sporting events. This is Haaland during like a football match in Norway, me laying on the ground. I was blocking roads in my small local town. Yeah. this is a concert we disrupted, the Philharmonic Orchestra, but we don't have the music, but it was quite an epic action. So we did a lot of disruptive stuff, but at some point I realized like it's not enough just to disrupt the public in order to steer a conversation to make the changes we need to see, especially when we're up against such a powerful industry. So I realized slowly that we have a problem here in Norway, a narrative problem. And it's not that easy to refer to the UN the UN telling us that we have to stop oil licensing and that we are in emergency when the Equinor or state-owned oil company are really pouring money into telling another story. We're not able to compete against this. They are literally everywhere, and when you grow up as a kid in Norway, this is what you see. You associate the oil companies with a lot of joy. You don't even associate it with, we're not able to even connect it to the climate crisis, but because they present them as a part of solution, and this is really dangerous. But the good thing about this is that power does not just exist in a vacuum. Like there is someone with like helping Equinor and oil companies like building up that power. And when we're talking like within Folk mot fossilmakta, we often see like the power of the fossil-free up here, and all the pillars who are holding up the power of the fossil fuel industry is all these important institutions working together with Equinor and taking money from them and just like playing on their field. We have the Football Association, we have the Science Centers, the League of Competition, the Red Cross, we have the Cancer Association, as I said. All these people who are like working together with the fossil industry are holding up their whole kind of power over the narrative. But the good thing about this is that if we try to push over these pillars and kind of crush them, the roof will fall down and the power of the fossil fuel industry will fall down. So this is what I have been realizing after being involved in activism for 3 years now. Like, it's not enough to just like randomly go out and disrupt and try to create this conversation and warn people. We need to really tap into these pillars of support and really engage with the people who are behind these pillars and get them on our team and inviting them in and find a place for them in the climate battle. As we just heard from Sveta and the people talking about the health issue, it's actually affecting us all, and there is so many good people within those pillars who want to be on our team, and we really need to work on inviting them into the climate movement. So this is what I am been thinking of, like what is the pillar I can tap into? And I'm a nurse, and I realize I really want to tap into like the healthcare pillar, or like engage with my colleagues and where I have my platform. So in February, I started a new campaign called Healthcare Workers Against Fossil Power. And I started off with writing a letter to our health minister, asking him to put a national ban on fossil fuel advertisement in order to protect the public health. And this is nothing new for us in Norway. We have really strict rules on tobacco advertisement, alcohol advertisement. We were even one of the first countries in the world to get the ban on tobacco. And last year we also got some regulations on advertising unhealthy food for kids. And I find it interesting because as the World Health Organization have found out, like there is 4 commercial industries that are responsible for 1/3 of all deaths globally. It's the alcohol, it's the tobacco, junk food, and fossil fuels. And in Norway, we are regulating all of these sectors except for the fossil fuel industry. And why is that? So I think, and that's why we wrote this letter to the health minister. And now 250 people, healthcare workers around Norway, have been signing it. And all the people who have been signing it has been offered posters like this with the QR code with information about the campaign to put up of all the working places to spread the knowledge about this. And we have been hosting digital talks to educate healthcare workers on the topic. And we've also been involved with the Green Party to work on getting health into the communication when we're talking about the fossil ad ban. So now we're going to hand over the letter. As Freya said earlier, like the Green Party had proposed a national ban on fossil fuel advertisement. And I really want to work on gather more healthcare workers to stand behind this ban and lift the health issue to the front line of this need. And if we're really serious on challenging the narrative of the fossil fuel industry, we really need to get a ban as strict as we have today with the alcohol and the tobacco. And if you're serious on getting this in place, we really need to work on the different pillars and strategically go up to the communities who get the money from the fossil industry and educate them on the issue and inviting them in to challenge and take part in the work for this. So back to where I started, tomorrow the Cancer Association are partnering up with ONS, the Oil Conference, for a charity run. And I'm actually going to do the run, and I'm going to run, and I'm going to sit down on the front line with the banner, reminding the people around us about the health crisis we're in and what the fossil fuels are causing. So yeah, and just imagine if we were, I was saying 100 in my papers, but I don't think we need hundreds. We only need 40 or 60, as Julie said. So just imagine if we were 20 people from the health sector showing up there tomorrow, sitting down on the front line, then we will be able to crush the pillar of the support the fossil fuel industry has for the Cancer Association. And that's just what we have to go out to do. That was it.
Thank you so much, Frida. She's great. Go and talk to her. I'd just like to say that tomorrow we have the second Petroganda Award ceremony hosted by Ketan Joshi. We have 6 nominees this year. You can check it out on our website. And those are the enablers of the fossil fuel industry. And the Cancer Society is nominated this year for their collaboration with ONS. Let's bring it over to you, Alan. We have one last guest here.
We have. The health team is strong here today. And I think this both. I feel like the health is strong as well. Åshild, I want to invite you up on stage. I want to ask you a few questions. So, Åshild, welcome to Stavanger. You are a board member of the Norwegian Doctors of Planetary Health. You are specializing in family medicine and public health. And you are currently taking a master's degree on sustainable healthcare. I just think, like, Frida was introducing really well here, and she is asking for the health community to rise up and talk about this. So, first of all, just tell me about yourself and your involvement with Legenes Klimaaksjon.
First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's really exciting to come here, and I always find it so inspiring to come and talk to everyone who is like-minded and about the climate situation. I'm a physician specializing in community medicine and family medicine, and also taking a master's degree in sustainable healthcare. And I've been a board member of Legenes Klimaaksjon, or Norwegian Doctors for Planetary Health, for the past year. And we work twofold. Firstly, for the general public, we advocate and educate about the health consequences of the climate crisis. But we also want to work on changing the health sector into a more climate neutral sector, because as Lindis mentioned, or Shweta mentioned as well, we are responsible for 5% globally of the carbon emissions, and we need to acknowledge that and be a part of changing that. So we work systematically towards different health sectors in Norway, trying to change our ways and make a more climate neutral health sector.
So Frida is like calling for everyone to ask about health. What do you like? Are you able to connect with other doctors through Legenes Klimaaksjon, and like, do the majority seem to care and understand the health consequences of the climate crisis, or is it distant to them?
I think both yes and no. Us in Legenes Klimaaksjon, we're a tightly knit group who all advocate for the same thing. And you will not meet a doctor in Norway or any health personnel, I think, that denies the health consequences of the climate change, of the climate crisis. Everyone agrees that they are there and that they are important. I think the main problem is that the health personnel in Norway is under a lot of pressure from other areas, so not a lot of people maybe have the energy to actively go out and advocate for it.
Is it so? You kind of need a whole organization, or is it like a democracy in that organization that decides what kind of campaigns you are doing, and this is a bit radical, or does it like to them, or how do you mobilize your whole organization to?
We have a board, and it's definitely a democracy, and we have an open table where all ideas are good ideas, and we definitely support each other in different campaigns and areas that we want to work with. We have different task forces that work with different ideas. So we have a nature group that works with promoting nature as a health resource, and then we have a task force with working with reducing the carbon emissions of the health sectors. So I definitely think that what we need to work more on is structurizing our work and not pursuing every single idea, but focusing our energy on certain ideas. And we are working with Frida as well, so we're promoting her work and using our channels to promote that.
That's great to hear. One last question. So we've been talking about how we can make people connect with the death numbers. Like it's insane. How does doctors relate to those numbers? Is it how do you talk to each other when you talk about the death tolls of the fossil fuel crisis or the climate crisis?
I think between doctors, we tend not to focus necessarily on the numbers or the mortality cost, mostly because they seem so distant to Norway here and now. But we comment more on the total cost or the cost on the healthcare and the pressure that we are the health personnel that will have to treat all of these diseases, and we have a health sector already under pressure. So as I said, there's no doctors that will deny the health consequences of climate change, but we also need to acknowledge our part in it and to reduce our own carbon emissions via the health sector. So I think we tend to focus more on, as Shweta commented, that it's not only the death tolls, that's the final step, the final health consequence, but the increase in asthma, allergies, tick-borne encephalitis, which is increasing drastically here in Norway as well. We need to make these diseases that we see globally, we need to make them relatable to the Norwegian public as well, because I think that's one of the main reasons that Norwegians maybe don't actively care as much, because they can't relate to it yet. But we see examples every day of how climate change affects us as well. And to make the connection between climate change and health more clear to patients, I think is a big step towards the solution.
Yeah, I agree. And also, Shweta, you were like presenting this list of who has the most credibility, like in the public space, and the doctors are on top of that list. So to make people in Norway actually understand the health arguments, I think it's really important that you're vocal about it and use every opportunity to talk about it. So thanks for organizing and thanks for participating.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
Does that mean that Åshild is the most credible person in this room? How many doctors do we have here? Well, Ben, you're a doctor too. Healthcare, how many healthcare people do we have? So we have a break in a short while.
Yeah.
In 15 minutes or so. But before that,
we're asking some questions. Or maybe not.
I think my technical karma has gone down the drain. It always comes a point.
Yeah. Let me see.
I'm like, don't touch my... No. Don't do it. need your help.
Grab a microphone.
Yes. I don't know how many here who thinks it's difficult to talk about the health harm of fossil fuels, who thinks it's difficult to raise the issue when you're talking with colleagues or family or people. We find it difficult. We meet the oil trolls when we get it, both in real life and on internet. So we're going to ask you a couple of questions. Oh! And based on a very unacademic report we did last year called Help! How to Resist Something That Everyone Loves. It's about how fossil fuel is influencing communities in Norway and in Brazil. And also the podcast that Dickon made for Drilled, The Black Thread, about Norwegian oil culture. We learned that it is difficult to resist, and there are people doing it. We know it in this room. But how? How do we become more? And we would like you to talk to the person next to you. If you don't want to talk to the person next to you, find another person. And just discuss for a couple of minutes. How would you talk about the harmful consequences of the Norwegian oil industry? You heard about it here today. But how would you present it, a sentence or two that you can use when you're facing these, when you're facing people? It's not easy. I still don't find it easy. So is the mission understood? Can you find another person?
I think it's possible.
I think it's possible.
5 minutes.
Two
For
minutes?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
3 minutes? Yes. Det er så fint å se folk snakke sammen.
We don't want to interrupt.
It's so great to see you talk, all of you. We are running. Thank you. Sorry to stop you from talking. You'll get more chance to talk in. Yes.
Yeah.
Ring my bell. Did you know that in the 1994 Olympics, the Olympic flame also traveled to one of the platforms together with the Olympic boss and the boss of Equinor, Statoil, flew out. So we'd
Olympic flaring. That's what
big. So we would like to take a couple of inputs from people here about what you talked about. Does anyone want to share a sentence or a reflection on this? Ina? Do you want to share? No? Okay. Hauk, come here. Let's...
Yeah, open stage.
No, you don't need to be on stage, but you need the microphone. So.
I'm bold enough to answer. So just small thought, it depends a lot on who you're talking to. So you need to read the person first and then try to understand who they are, and then you can start to understand what are the best arguments. Perhaps.
So you have to use empathy toward a person first?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm
you
fucked.
could call it that.
I have a microphone, so... Anyone else? Daniel?
Yeah, well, I can share the entire conversation we had. Because initially I tried to talk a lot about the planetary boundaries, that type of thing. But I guess that's your typical scientific way of doing it, how it's all going to destabilize our societies. But you can... what I'm thinking now is more engage in people's own selfishness, in the sense that, for example, focus on, okay, so you don't think it's going to influence Norway a lot, but think about all the refugees are coming here, and that sort of thing. I think that's maybe a better way of doing it, actually, than engaging with the empathy, which I think, which of course ideally you would want to do, but yeah.
Well, the Norwegian far-right Progress Party is at the current moment at 30%. Norway's biggest party, so they don't like immigrants. So, yes, Jakob.
Oh, sorry. To continue a bit on that note, I think one of the best ways is to talk about stuff that we can see or that our families can see on the everyday basis. For example, that it be I'm from half French and live in France, and I see with everybody the heat waves we had this summer, or even all the consequences on the agriculture. And this is something that everyone can see. At every moment, you can see the fields with a drought, and you can see the same in Norway last summer when there was a big drought on the west coast. So such stuff, I think, are very impactful because people see them, and then you realize the consequences.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next question.
Yes, we have one more.
Oh, you have?
No, we have one more question.
Yeah, one more question.
So, I don't know if Norwegians are more affected by opposition when talking about these things, but I want people in here also to be empathetic towards the Norwegians in the room. There are some Norwegians here. I'm just kidding. There's plenty of Norwegians here. But how can we support each other? What do you need to face opposition or silence, as Anders talked about today, being ignored at the university? What do you need to face opposition or silence when talking about these issues? How do you get the courage to continue doing it? We solved it. It's the right thing to do. But let's just take let's take 3 minutes and discuss it among yourself, and also be respectful that for some people it's very easy to do, and for other people it's not that easy to do. Thank you. Well, Amy, I love your voice, but not now.
Mute.
I saw our tech guys were talking in the back there. Did you discuss this, or were you just...
Tech things.
No, yeah, we discussed it a bit. Yeah. I think for me, being able to stand up against opposition or silence or like doubt when you're discussing these kind of things and like bigger picture things in the world is to, I feel like science and research these days, it's so kind of ambivalent, or it depends on who has funded it, and like what research and what statistics and what can you actually, like what's actual real statistics that are that's actually happening. To me, it's like, oh, there's so much information, so many research papers and articles that, I mean, I feel like I'm drowning in it, you know? So to talk about important stuff like this, it would be nice to have, you know, something concrete to be able to trust in, you know? Because
Asbjørn, I think you tapped into something so important, because I think many people here who are researchers or journalists or working with this, many are quite familiar with the science and see it's overwhelming, and not overwhelming, but most of it is supporting this. But when you go into it, it's just there's so much opposition and marketing towards the science that are quite clear. And thank you for sharing that, because I think that's important for me to remember as well, that for me it seems so clear, and then it's just like, yeah, but yeah. Thank you. Esther, do you mind getting a microphone, actually? And thank you for getting the crew involved.
Okay, so really interesting question, and I just want to share that I'm spending a lot of energy at the moment to just make like real small videos and just debunk, and criticize. And so now a lot of trolls are coming at me at the comment section, but I just realized that it's when the trolls come, that's when the view count goes up. So it's good for the content that people are against it. And another thing I realize is that there are many bad faith comments, like just asking questions, but they are not willing to be convinced. So don't waste your time on trolls at all, only if you can gain something from this interaction. So really think about, can I troll back and then come out on top from this? Then do it, because that will give other people that are onlookers more courage and be like, yeah. But if they're just dumb, don't waste your time on them. But like, opposition is not a bad thing in itself. I know I'm talking from a very privileged standpoint and I'm not being silenced, but it's just really be strategic about how you handle the opposition that is going in your direction. And it's only a sign that they are feeling threatened, so that's more power to us.
It's fun. I got oil troll number 13. He's always commenting on Facebook when I post something, and he's like, why are you always in my feed, you extremist Julie Forkhammer? And I'm like, stop commenting on me then. I saw another hand, sorry. Yeah, please come forward and get a microphone. It's for the stream. We created a maze. If you make it through the maze, you will be heard.
Thank you. I did not plan on saying anything, but just to answer Esther on this, the opposition makes the conversation often like difficult, but it's often like brings it forward. It's the silence that is really scary. Like yesterday, XR did this great action, and we did a lot of interviews. I did a lot of interviews, but on Dagsrevyen, the big like TV news thing, they had like 4 minutes of uninterrupted on oil and how they're expanding and just getting bigger, and like a few seconds about the Greenpeace and Nature and Youth have their like Supreme Court. Yeah, and nothing else. Like I did a lot of interviews, nothing from those interviews, and nothing to oppose what the oil industry was saying. So that is, my heart was breaking yesterday. I was so devastated from it.
Thank you. Mariken.
I'm a very, very big fan of Adam McKay and the film Don't Look Up. And I feel like because there's so often that you feel that, oh, but now I'm starting to talk about, like when the parents are talking about who's gonna inherit the cabin and stuff like that, and you just think that doesn't matter. We don't know if we can live here or there. Maybe we're refugees if the Gulf Stream is, I don't know. But you can feel lonely in like these social conversations with your family. And then you feel like, oh, I'm ruining the good vibe if I'm starting to talk about this. But then maybe to think that the good vibe is doing what we're doing here, and the other people deserve to have the wonderful life that you think it's possible to do. It's not a positive thing to be apathic. So I'm training myself with that.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Ragnhild Jems. I'm I think part of the Extinction Rebellion actions. Well, I would just say that to get organized is so important because everybody, for myself, I have felt and still feel, but very lonely. And when you feel alone talking about these issues, you feel more and more insecure. And for me, I never felt I didn't fit into any environmental organization because I felt it was not enough action. I couldn't just read reports and write reports and so on. I needed to do real actions. So I just decided to be, for myself, private, a part of the solution rather than being part of the problem, building up my life, trying to be a part of the solution. But I see that when I talk with my friends that are also very, up and going people, they feel shame because they don't. They say, "Oh, yeah, you do that and that, and you do so much more than me." I don't want to give them shame. I want just to find the solutions, but find the people that are willing to try to find the solution with you, that are having the courage to see what the situation is and want to look for the solutions. Well, that I think will help to do real actions, not only talk.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for some great insights and organize. Don't shame other people. I love shaming other people. And we talked so much about health, and now I'm going to go outside for a cigarette. Being a festival and conference smoker. So we'll take 15 minutes, and we'll be back here at 10 to 2 for the last segment about growing up in Stavanger. So we're going to meet some local amazing people. So thank you, 15 minutes.
Thank you. Ja, det skal jeg gjøre. Men jeg vet ikke om det. Okay, thank you everyone. Yeah, that's good. It brings me back to the mountains every time you ring the bell. So we're starting the last session of the day. We are taking a dive into Stavanger and how it is to grow up here. And we're doing it in two pieces. Personally, I have like I really like the local stories. I guess it's because I'm a social anthropologist and also I'm a local politician. And in a small community, disagreeing on extractive questions can really divide people and make huge conflicts between people that live very close to each other. And I think we will be diving into a bit of that in the next few minutes. So, Kristina, you're the first to talk, and you have a very interesting background. You grew up in Stavanger. You have a MSc in petroleum geoscience, MSc in climate change, and you are working on a PhD. You finished your PhD on on climate tipping points and the public understanding of climate change and attitudes towards the petroleum industry. So highly competent. And as Julie told me, you are also right now working on a book, and we have asked you to read an introduction to a panel that Vebjørn will hold after, together with Elisa and Thea. So, Kristina, the stage is yours.
Yeah, you can sit there. Or you can, yeah, I can stand. I was thinking of sitting because I'm quite nervous. But yeah, so this is such a great venue and so many interesting people, and I'm just so happy that everyone is here. Sometimes it can feel very alone to work in climate change, and I grew up in the oil industry. My dad actually worked for Exxon in the 80s when they were doing the climate research, and then moved from Houston to Stavanger, where I was born, to work for Statoil at the time. And I wanted to be in the oil industry, and that's why I have a bachelor's and MSc in petroleum geoscience. I thought geology was super cool. I love rocks. It sounded really interesting. And then I realized that the industry wasn't really following my interests. I was told it was going to be a bridge to renewables. And that bridge was being built very slowly. So that's why I changed and decided to work in climate change instead. But then I realized when I was working in Oslo that I hadn't spoken to people in the industry for a long, long time. And I felt like that was a big disconnect. So I came back to Stavanger to write this book on the oil industry and the history of Stavanger and the culture. So, and I was like, okay, I've been gone for a while. What have I missed? Like, what do people think now? Surely attitudes have changed. And they haven't changed that much. But I spent the last year interviewing people in the industry. And yeah, so I'm writing a book about that. And I'm really, really nervous because I'm used to talking about climate tipping points and very scientific, complex systems. So this is like my attempt at a creative writing process. I'm trying to write a narrative about the oil industry. So I'm going to sit down, and you seem like a very nice group, so be kind. So this is the prologue to my book, which is called The Last Oil Children, or Disse oljebarna. because I believe that a lot of people that grew up in Stavanger feel like they're oil children, and it's part of our identity. And I think that we're kind of the last of our kind, really, because you can't ignore climate change anymore. But when I was growing up, it was very much not spoken about. So this is the prologue. It's called The Good Pirates. My childhood began in a quiet neighborhood on the foot of a small hill overlooking Gansfjord, the ribbon of blue that joins Stavanger and Samles. If the weather was nice, which it often wasn't on the west coast, my dad and I would climb the hill and watch the ships return from the North Sea. At the top, the fjord opened into a long blue strip with Dalsnuten rising behind it. My dad was a geologist, and he would point towards the mountains and explain how they had formed, smoothed by the last ice age. He used to say, every pebble, every rock, every mountain tells a story. Geology and earth history became my childhood fairy tales, alongside more conventional ones about trolls, witches, and pirate ships. And in fact, the pirate ships were exactly what we were waiting for that day. Look, the pirates are here, I'd shout, pointing at the oil rigs being towed from the North Sea for repairs in Sandnes. My dad found this extremely amusing. Yes, they are pirates, but don't worry, they're good pirates. They're looking for black gold. So are you a pirate then? I would ask him. Well, yes, I guess I am, because I help look for the black gold. Our house was a 10-minute walk away from the Statoil headquarters in Forest, and I don't remember a time when I didn't recognize the golden Statoil oil droplet. It was stamped high on the office buildings above the petrol station where we bought ice cream on Sundays, and on the ID card that was hanging behind my father's jacket in the hallway. And I wanted to become one of the good pirates too. So much so, I made myself my own Statoil badge to wear when my dad would take me into the empty offices to work on the weekends. I explored the sea of desks and refueled on sugar cubes left behind in meeting rooms. I wanted to join the enormous treasure hunt my dad had told me about. Rocks were stories, but they could also be treasure maps. If you learned how to read them, they could lead you towards something buried millions of years ago. Somewhere beneath the North Sea, X marked the spot. When you grow up in Stavanger, oil and gas isn't simply a natural resource. It's woven into the fabric of our lives. Oil was the reason many of our parents came here. Families from Texas, Scotland, Indonesia, and elsewhere ended up raising their children right here on the West Coast. The industry shaped our childhoods, our friendships, our accents, our culture, and our idea of what a successful future could look like. But my relationship with the industry became more complex as I grew older. At school, for example, we watched An Inconvenient Truth. And years later, during my master's in petroleum geoscience, a lecturer told us that the environment wasn't really something that we should concern ourselves about. It was something to acknowledge and tick off a risk assessment form. And this happened just a few weeks after the Paris Agreement had been signed in 2015. It's just not their business, my friend's father told me. It all falls on the politicians anyway. He had been an exploration manager at ConocoPhillips. As I learned more about climate change and how meaningful action had been delayed for decades, it became increasingly easy to turn the oil industry into a villain of the story. But the industry was also made up of people I knew, people who baked me brownies on Fridays and drove me so I could go see the Twilight film in cinemas. Last year, I returned to Stavanger to talk with people who worked in the industry about climate change and the energy transition. One of my good friends who works at DNO said, "Thank goodness the green wave is over. Maybe now we can go back to being more realistic." But I thought that addressing climate change was being realistic. What reality are we speaking about? Again and again, I encountered the same frustration that people working on climate change and the environment didn't understand the industry. The realities of the energy demand, the market, and how important oil and gas is to the city. But I do, because I was there. I was at the dinosaur exhibitions at the Oil Museum when I was little, and I danced beneath disco balls at school dances in the ConocoPhillips canteen. I learned to swim with offshore survival training equipment hanging over my head. And I lived next door to the head of BP Norway and would build rigs out of spaghetti at science events. I studied the rocks. I learned how to find the treasure, but the treasure had a cost. My dad was right about one thing. They were pirates, but I'm not sure they're good. And as the industry ignores, and that's what I saw when I was at the ONS conference yesterday, it seemed to still be up for debate whether they're good or not. The industry pillaged in the name of the greater good, in the name of meeting demand, while taking something fundamental from the current and future generations, a stable, livable climate. Stavanger has the oil industry etched into its surface, and sometimes it seems unable to imagine itself without it. It will take courage, they say, to face the transition. And perhaps they're right. It does take courage to change a city built on oil. But I don't think that there's anything particularly brave about drowning in it, to go down with the ship until there's nothing left to take.
Welcome to the States, Vebjørn. Vebjørn Bjellandberg will lead the next panel. You grew up here. I'll leave the floor to you.
Thank you so much.
You sit there.
Yes. Yes, please, Elisa and Thea. Please come on up. And I didn't actually write down your last name, so maybe you can tell the audience yourself what your full names are.
Yes, of course.
Hello.
Hi.
So this is Elisa. Elisa
Åsnes.
Åsnes. You work at Greenpeace. You're a former head of Spire, which also is where Thea is the current head. And you know each other well from there, right? Yeah. This is Thea Erfjord, who is now the current head of Spire, a wonderful organization working at the cross-section of very many issues, from global justice to environment to economic justice and many different things, right? Yeah. Is there anything else you'd like to add about yourselves and what you currently work with? No? I'm Vebjørn Bjellandberg. We all grew up here, either in Stavanger or Samles, which is why we've been invited for this conversation. I grew up in the household of these two lovely people, my parents who are here. My father being a worker at Statoil, Equinor, not to put him on the spot, going into the lion's den, but we're here to sort of talk about the complexity of being surrounded by that and growing up into this era of climate breakdown and mass dying of the earth, which is something that all three of us are deeply, deeply passionate about. I myself have been on the grassroots side, joining civil disobedience actions. And last year I did a prolonged hunger strike of 41 days to oppose, the government in general, but also largely because my cousin is the current environment minister, who has several posts at the ONS conference this week. So it was a kind of moral opposition to what I consider to be the madness of current global civilization, but also Norway and the Labour Party. I was wondering, the speaker who was just reading so beautifully, I'm so sorry I forgot your name, but Christina. I read the text before coming up here as well, and was very moved by it. It strikes a chord with me. I also feel a bit nervous to be here, even in such a lovely, concerned crowd, because it's quite tender, and I could feel that in the text that was read as well. So maybe just start with that. You said, Christina, that you see yourself as an oil child. Do you guys see yourselves as oil children?
I don't define myself as an oil child, but I did recognize many of her thoughts, but I've never identified myself as an oil child. I haven't.
I was extremely moved by the text, and I felt like even though I don't see myself as an oil child myself, but the things that she described really resonated with, like, yes, this makes sense. This is also my childhood, but not like I didn't have parents working in the oil, but you have friends, you have people who know people, and it's just like everywhere. So it really, I got some tears actually.
It's a saying in Norway that everyone knows someone who knows someone who works in the oil industry. But for me, I feel like in this region, it's like everyone has someone in their family who works in the oil industry. Like it's really close. Like it's so close to everyone has some friends or family or is like personally embedded in the oil industry here in the region. It's totally different than just in Oslo.
Yeah, I myself, it's a bit hard for me to say that I'm not an oil child, because it feels quite literal that I am. But that touches upon a little bit the first question that I have for us. We kind of agreed, the three of us, that we'll do this as a bit, not an interview, but more like participatory, like the three of us having a conversation. So how was it for us growing up here, especially in the context of this? You already touched a little bit upon it. And in light of that, how did your current views on, or our current views on this unfolding catastrophe develop, and the stance we now take in the context of being from a place like this? Elisa, maybe you want to start?
Yes, of course. Thank you. For me, I'm 30, and I started being an activist maybe like after I turned 18. So I haven't had like a childhood where I was an activist from like the beginning. But I've always had strong opinions and knew what I thought was right and wrong, and like what I thought was just and wrong in the world. But I started like, actually like engaging with it in Spire after I became a student. And I think that's the story of many people also here from the region. It's not normalized at all to be an activist here, to protest. It's like, I think many share the same story, like starting to take your activism to a next level when you move or you study or something else. But I did found, I always thought that was like the story of me, but in this Christmas, when I was like cleaning up some stuff I had still at my parents', I found some like texts from when I think I was in like 7th grade or something, where I had written like a poem or a piece about how Equinor or Statoil used commercials. So there was something in there, noticing Petroganda many years ago. I just had forgotten about it. But yeah, I started getting more involved later. And for me, it's always been about climate justice, and it just makes so much sense that everything is about oil. So now I work full-time only as an oil campaigner in Greenpeace.
Yeah, and Thea, please.
Yeah, I remember thinking, we met before this conversation, and I was a bit scared also to just meet you guys and talk about this, because I was thinking you probably have been like working with climate change your whole life, and I was ashamed for not being engaged in climate change before moving to Oslo, because I cared about like global justice. I cared about like Kreftforeningen also actually, but I was like thinking about injustice and global justice and those kind of things, but I didn't connect it to oil at all when I was studying here or doing videregående here. So I was a bit nervous for just saying that to you guys, but then you were like, oh, but that makes sense, because it's so distant and you're kind of like into this, you live in the narrative that the oil industry also has created, and that it's nothing to be ashamed of. I guess it's a lot of people in Stavanger who still think like this. And I also, for instance, my little brother, I don't know if he's here, but he is 10 years younger than me and is really engaged now in climate politics here in Stavanger. And I just deeply respect it because I found it a bit, or I didn't find it anything then, but also now I feel like it's a bit difficult sometimes to work with climate change and talk to my friends about climate change here in Stavanger. It's just so much easier to just do it in Oslo, I think.
Yeah, you touched upon, Thea, there that this kind of this thought that, yeah, maybe it makes sense actually, that maybe we shouldn't feel ashamed of growing up in a place like this and how it influences what kind of barriers it creates to what we are even able to see. And for me, it makes me sympathize a little bit towards anyone living under constant propaganda. That's just normalized, even in the extreme cases of places like Israel or Russia, to not just condemn so easily by being so enveloped in something that it's just the water you swim in. And I also didn't think critically in that way before moving out, same as both of you. That was first in Brazil, actually, because my dad was stationed there with Statoil, but then I met young friends who were from completely different countries, and what had been so normalized to me was put into question by these foreign friends of mine. And then I studied in the Netherlands, where I really got in touch with the environmental movement there, and they have Shell and everything there, but it's not like this. Let's say the money and hence also the corruption is not spread out across the entire population in the way that it is here. So it's not so. People are much harsher, even though they have this big originally Dutch. It actually became British because they didn't want to be held to account by the Dutch court system, but it used to be Dutch, and they're much more critical, and it just it made it so much easier for me to see, like, snap out of this bubble of normalization that I'd been living in, and I needed that, I think. And I also always really, really cared a lot about global justice, and climate change was always this really important thing. But to see this obvious reality that we are profiting massively from enormous destruction, it's completely obvious, but I needed to, like, be out of this bubble to realize it. And yeah, how do you find it now that this? Okay, so all of us have been through a journey, and we've kind of come to see this thing that was obvious all along, but it's much more clear to us now. How is it now to relate to this place, to Stavanger, Samles, Rogaland? And to friends here, family, or at parties when you meet new people, maybe they work in the industry. How's that moment?
I think I feel some kind of distance to Stavanger. I know you are more patriotic than me.
To Samles.
But as you mentioned as well, like, meeting, I do have, like, a lot of friends here working in the oil industry, or like just friends of friends, and when you go to parties, it's often and I think a lot of you meet that everywhere, but I feel when I get home and I meet people that I used to know better before, and they follow me on Instagram or something, and then I kind of always have to or I feel like I have to stay accountable for all environmental problems. Like, they maybe work in the oil industry, and they like in the wedding this summer, a friend of I'm not, like, eager to discuss on parties always. I feel
especially
a bit
not at a wedding, you know.
Not at a wedding. I don't have a lot of courage yet on that, but I want to be better. But then a guy come over and be like, okay, so I work in Equinor and with finance, I must be your enemy. Yeah. And it's kind of hard to just then go into a dialogue. Like, how do you do that?
Like in the church.
Like, yeah. Like, yeah. But I feel like that's I have a distance to Stavanger, but I also feel like a lot of my friends of friends, or even friends and family, like have some distance to me sometimes, and I feel that's a bit lonely.
If I got touched by that. Yeah, it's been difficult. I think, like, first of all, for me, I also got a similar experience that you, Vivian, in like abroad. But I also got some experience just living in Oslo. I hadn't thought about like how different our experience in Samles Stavanger has been from just Oslo. I just thought about everyone is influenced by the oil industry, but it's on a whole different level here. It's so intertwined with the culture, and there's many examples of that. For example, that we always travel to the oil museum with our schools, and when I was in, I think there was like 10th grade maybe, when I remember we had like career counselors coming in recommending what to do. They were so clearly pushing us to the oil industry. Like my generation, we were promised that go work in the oil industry. It's so smart. You have a stable job. You'll get so much money. And there was so many in my class who did that. And then I didn't do that, of course. I'm not working in the oil industry. But many of my friends did that, been friends from like an entire childhood. And then came like the oil crisis in 2014, and they lost their job before it even started. So I think like for our generation, it has been like, it was a promise of something that would be stable and good forever. And that also influenced many of my friends and family directly. And I think when I then started traveling abroad and studying and coming back and being an activist, many of my friends and friends took that as sort of an insult to them, that I criticized them personally and that I didn't feel like they were good persons. That also hurts.
Yeah, I resonate with a lot of what you're both sharing, and I feel like there's so many interesting places to. We could be here for hours, probably. So just a couple of things. First of all, I love Stavanger, and I see it as a kind of suffering, actually. Stavanger and Norway, and a lot of the Western world and rich people around the world in general, are gripped by greed and ignorance. And that's a kind of suffering that blinds us from seeing the beauty in life, and makes us do things that we don't deep down actually want to do. We don't want to destroy this kind of beauty. I don't think very, very, very few people actually do, which is, I think, part of the defense response that comes up as well when they feel accused without even having been accused, just by having made other choices. And so that breaks my heart a little bit, and that also makes it possible for me, I think, to keep my heart open. And I do love this place and the people here. And I love my dear father and mother, of course.
That's good.
And I put him on the spot a little bit earlier, so now I want to also really cut him some slack in that we talked about the difficulty in speaking with loved ones, close ones, about these things, and the conversations that you and I have had, Dad, have been truly constructive and patient. And there's been, I mean, at first when I started developing this like rage in the face of this destruction, I was quite harsh. You were actually quite patient, so thank you. And over the years, there's been the possibility to look at the complexity of all of this, and I feel that a lot. So that makes me also see and feel that it is very possible, but it takes time and patience, and often the other side is already quite defensive, especially if you don't already have a lot of trust between you, which makes it difficult for sure. Yeah. Well.
I've had many friends telling me but I recycle. I'm like, okay, good for you.
Yeah, it's like, please absolve me of my climate sins.
Okay,
You know?
then I approve.
Yeah.
But it's good that you've had constructive discussions with your father. I have had not so much constructive discussions with my granddad. He used to work in oljeeventyret. And for me, who works only with oil and only like trying to control also the narrative that the oil industry is just like pushing out, I really try to like focus on debunking the fake news of how important also the oil industry has been for the country. Like people think it's like Norway was nothing before oil, and that we are solely reliant on that, and that so many people are working with the oil industry now. Like a WWF did some polling, and people think that about like 50% of the population works in the oil industry now, like including everyone. And the right answer is 2.6%, and that's like including every level. But I think I also want to acknowledge that there are some personal stories, for example, for my grandfather, that has sort of changed Norway. Like he came from a small-scale farm in the west coast in Sogn og Fjordane. He had 10 siblings, and that's harsh. Like it's the eldest who inherits the farm, and everyone just has to travel and find something. He built something, he worked, and then he saw, his idea was that he saw Norway change from like a country relying on potatoes. That's his view of it, to suddenly seeing the big growth, and everyone just getting better. So that's also his narrative, and I also acknowledge that there is a lot of stories here in the region about that, but it's not the statistics. It's some stories.
Yeah. Another thing about all three of us is that ever since finishing high school, I think we're all emigres from this city. I've been living here for a year, but that's probably temporary. I have to admit, as much as I love this place. Do you guys think that's connected to being like against the stream here? What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. Like maybe. To be honest, I feel like since I sort of had to move out of Stavanger and started my studies in Oslo and been working with the environmental movement there, it's also like difficult to see myself going back. Although I like Stavanger, but I feel like I feel like a distance to Stavanger, and no, I don't know exactly why. Probably maybe I'm in some sort of phase of like, oh, I moved from here and now I that oil city and take distance from it in that kind of way, and I get mad sometimes, especially when going home and seeing like Equinor posters everywhere and Onsdag, and listening to like some of the discussions yesterday when, for instance, the rector at UiS, it would like the ordstyret asked like a very satt på spissen question about like a question about how is it worth it, all of these climate disasters, with everything that is happening, all of that, is it worth it for profit, in a kind of comedian way? But then the headmaster, rector, was like, "Tja," and then like talked around it more like, "Oh, but it you have to see both sides." But then the answer is it's definitely no. Like, even if you work with oil and you want the profit, you should still say, well, people are dying and the consequences are enormous, and you should acknowledge that. And those kind of things make me very angry. And that makes the distance bigger, I think.
Can I just jump in on that? Very understandable and relatable. The anger, I felt it strongly. And that's what you're describing there from the UES headmaster or whatever. That's what I meant earlier when I say ignorance also. When it's just like I think a lot of people in high places genuinely believe, like, oh yeah, maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's worth it that all these... This is not, I think, what they think consciously. They don't think maybe it's worth it that all these people are going to drown and starve and all the wars. Like, they just don't take in the reality. And for me, that's a kind of ignorance. Like, it's not actually daring or being able to actually see the reality of what they're contributing to, I think. Or what we are contributing to. But yes, we only have a few minutes left, so Elise, I'd love to hear from you. Any thoughts on this question about, like, whether it's connected that you're not here all the time?
I think I resonate with the same things that Thea says. I'm not sure if that's like the sole reason, but it's definitely connected to it to some extent. But for me, it was really like, it was annoying when I came home and that people, especially friends working in the oil industry, were like confronting me with, do you want to take my job? Because for me, it's also like why I work with oil is also like building on a lot of so much love for this region. Like, we do know, like, science, it won't last forever. Like, it has an end. And seeing politicians and the industry just ignoring that when we do know it has an end is also like not good at all for the region and my friends and family who works in the oil industry now. Like, what we do in the environmental movement, like, we're working with stopping new licenses and plan. Like, that's not very radical. We want to Rogaland to have a future. Like, it's also for a love for the region to have jobs here in the future, because it's just crazy to just try to pretend that this will last forever. It won't. So that's also why, like I say, it's sort of, when you get sort of confronted with people saying you're taking my job, it's really not what we're trying to do. We're trying to have jobs in the future. We're trying to save the earth. Like, it's not so radical.
Yeah, I agree. It's not so radical. I think actually most people agree with us here in this room if they just spend enough time around us. We got to round off, unfortunately, for me at least. I enjoyed talking to you guys. I hope you all enjoyed listening a little bit as well. Please, at least for my sake, come up if you're curious about any of this, how it is to be raised surrounded by constant propaganda. And thank you so much. Thank you to Julia and Alan as well for having us, inviting us. Really, really appreciated the opportunity to share these things that are important to me, and I think for the two of you too. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really, really interesting, and a deep dive into how it is on a personal level. And thank you for sharing. So, last thing today, Tuva Brein, please come to stage. Funny thing, you just introduced yourself a couple of weeks ago on LinkedIn. and said,
Yes, I slid it into your DMs on LinkedIn.
yeah, and then I said you should come to Stavanger and Petrogandafestivalen, and you said I'm going there anyway. So yes, of course. And you are the head of the climate committee of Norwegian Psychological Association.
Yes.
Yes, and we thought it would be brilliant if you could just summarize some of the things that we've heard today and just have your take on the day and what you've heard. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, that sounds brilliant. So for you that don't know me, I'm head of the climate committee in the Psychological Association of Norway, but I'm also a clinical psychologist, and I'm actually October last year started my PhD in climate psychology, researching social identity and energy transitions. So this has been really relevant for me. So I thought that I'll just give a brief summary and try to share some of my thoughts. I wrote something down. I've been kind of taking notes all day because I've been so inspired and encouraged by all the talks that have been occurring. A common theme that has emerged for me today has been the theme of stories. And in psychology, we call that narratives, it's also been mentioned here today. And narratives are fundamentally stories that we tell ourselves to make meaning of our lives, to create a sense of control, and it's also a way of actually bridging the gap to other people. It's a way to form connectedness, right? And narratives, they are based in culture and social norms and habits and general assumptions. However, as Amy pointed out, narratives are not always truthful, and they don't necessarily serve our best interests. And that's perhaps the case of Norway when it comes to fossil fuels. ONS becomes, in many ways, like the physical expression of Norway's commonly accepted cultural narrative, and also maybe an expression of habit, in a way. Or, as I would call it, maybe also an expression of national identity. That's how embedded fossil fuels are in the Norwegian society. And as a sociologist once described while studying climate change in Norway in the beginning of the 2000s, as Norwegians' kind of perspective on climate change and fossil fuels as a state of seeing without seeing, knowing and not knowing. And I think that really sums up the day in many ways, because that's the case. That's how we relate to fossil fuels. It's not because Norwegians are bad people, it's just because that's the social norm. That's what we are used to practicing. So, how to move forward and wake up from this? I think we've also touched upon this throughout the day. I think in general, to change a dysfunctional thought, we need an alternative. That's at least what I usually tell my patients. And I think for all the presenters today, these are people that dare to push alternative narratives and make them available to people. And that is so important, because if people doesn't have an alternative, then status quo or the habitual thing is the way to go, right? So it takes a lot of courage to do what you've all have been doing today. So I think we should all give yourself a round of applause, first and foremost, before I move forward. And however, as was said by Lindis, we also need courage to understand the people we don't agree with, and why people do as they do. Perhaps also while pausing our own judgment and our own anger and assumptions. And a way of reaching people seems to be through finding some kind of common ground. For example, health and relationships. And what kind of appeared to me is that these are fundamental human needs, right? Which is kind of beautiful in a way. Like, we need to actually understand what fossil fuels means to people and then give alternative ways to meet those needs. And I think that seems to be a fruitful avenue for further discussions. And lastly, courage takes many forms, and all forms are important bricks to a very needed road that needs to be paved. But I do have a bit of encouragement, and that is that I encourage everyone to kind of hope. We talked a lot of courage in activism and in speaking our minds, but maybe we also need the courage to hope a bit more, because unless it becomes very dark if we don't, right? And I would say that I'm very hopeful because I'm here with all of you guys. So I think that we should really start believing that what we do actually matter, because it really does. And I think that should be the final note of the day, maybe.
Thank you, Tuva.
We should all start believing that what we do actually matters. Please do that.
Is that the final words, Julia?
No, and then?
No, I think it's been a really good day. Thank you all for all the different contributions. It's been really interesting to listen
and all
to.
the people coming here. And this room is just, I've been crying all day, both on the outside and the inside. Thank you for even Asbjørn, our streaming guy, sharing things as well. Thanks to the venue. And tomorrow we have an amazing day ahead of us where we will dive into culture, sports, books, movies. CCS, energy security. We'll have the Petroganda Award with Ketan Joshi. He's the world's best, what do you call it? Game show host.
Yeah.
And you will vote and decide the winner of the Petroganda Award 2026 tomorrow.
Yay!
Yeah. And I'd like to say, everyone who has been on stage today, feel free to go and take a poster or two or three. We also have some T-shirts here, which you can get, of course. And if people want to mingle and hang out, I've been asked to ask you to go upstairs. There's a bar upstairs at an outside area where people can talk. Tomorrow we'll start at 9. And I'm just so happy. And thank you, Alan, for starting Klimakultur with me and taking us this insane journey. And thank you to Amy for giving us Petroganda. You're over there. Well, thank you to Ivy Lee for giving us Petroganda. And thanks to Amy for telling us about Ivy Lee. On the note of that, let's go and fuck shit up.
Thank you.